Beyond
Business Network, CBN, and Melissa Itmek, General Coordinator, Aegeat Melekleri, Aegeat Angels, Business Angel Investors Network. I like their name. The name of this fire chat is Business Investors Investing in the Creative Economy. Let's start.
Thank you, Dimitra. Let's see if our microphones are on. Yes, they are.
Yes, mine too. Okay.
And this Saturday morning, we're improvising a bit. We haven't gone through the PowerPoint. We're just going to talk about why it's important to invest in the culture and creative industries, why it's important that they can find access to finance, because they come up with great solutions. So why don't you go ahead?
Okay, thank you so much, Rasmus. And first of all, I would like to show you some numbers about these sectors, okay? These are billions of the size of the markets of creative industries, and when we look at the total number of, I can't even say in English, I'm so sorry, it is really giant numbers. This is the total market size of the creative industries in this world in 2022. And they are expecting, specialists are expecting that, with a growth rate of 12% by 2030.
So maybe just to illustrate, on one hand, it's a lot of small companies, SMEs, in tourism, hospitality, ceramics, etc., advertising agencies. Some of them are big, some of them are small. Some of them are huge fashion companies like Zara, H&M. And some of them are really, really also valuable. Peppa Pig, you know, it's just a story about a pig and its younger brother was sold for $4 billion. $4 billion for a story about a pig, an animation about a pig. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. And you mentioned yesterday about the creative industries especially, but today I would like to expand these industries a little bit more with this. Okay, we will see more than 12 and 13 industries in there. And there is another thing that I would like to mention about it, the cross-relation and an intersection with the other specific topics under the leadership, sustainability, health, and you can read all of it. So additionally, these are the key finding things or key drivers for the creative industries, because innovation, creative economy, culture, health, heritage, and social and human science affects all the creative industries and during this time.
So on one hand, we're talking about some sectors that make up 10 to 12% of most economies, but on the other hand, we're also talking about creative skills that are used in the rest of society, in education, in transportation, in sustainability.
Okay, but why investing in creative industries, or why culture and creative industries is so important for us? I would like to give three main factors or three main definition about the importance of. One of them is employment, because each year more than 20 million people working in creative industries, and the other one
in Europe.
In Europe. Maybe, I'm not sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. And the second one is creative industries enhances and creates individual life experiences. As we see on the, we saw on previous slides, gaming, music, entertainment, all affects our individual life experiences. And the third one is encourages and enhances our lifestyle and social life, and by supporting the cultural heritage.
Mm-hmm. So on one hand, you can say there are some market values, it's jobs, it's growth, it's exports, it's innovation, but there are also lots of non-market values, such as identity, understanding who we are and where we're going and where we came from, a community that we all, you know, belong together. I suppose you all know that the fourth largest religion in this world is not as such a religion when we talk about followers. It's actually a gaming community that is called cosplay. I haven't played it myself, but it's the fourth biggest religion, so to speak, in the world.
Okay. So there is some good example of the creative industries. For example, as an investor, wouldn't you be part of it as a start or a company that has over 2022 million subscribers and then has a valuation of more than $100 billion. I mean, these are the giant numbers, and then we would like to show the potential of all these industries to the investors.
And you could say that, of course, you see some of these are platforms that they provide platforms for creative products and services, as Netflix, that sometimes also become creators themselves. You know, you have Netflix original series. You also see some of them are being co-created by the consumer. Minecraft is, because there are lots of people actually involved in it, just like we are the product of Facebook. We all know that. And as I talked about yesterday with technology, Spotify is also, of course, a platform. They don't really, you know, they're not a record label or anything, but they are also somehow reducing and formulating what we listen to. We don't have the patience anymore to listen to songs that last maybe 20 minutes, like Laurie Anderson's Superman in the past, or Oh Superman, but we are all being shaped into a certain way of listening, and also the chorus comes first, you know, the upbeat part comes first and not at the end of the first verse. So these kind of things, it shapes also what we consume, and then also because these are identity drivers, you know, are you a Harry Potter fan, are you a this fan, are you that? It shapes who we are. It shapes the stories we tell about ourselves and to others. So in that way, they're quite powerful in shapers of societies and people.
Okay. So how we can invest these creative startups? I have 7 years experience in the Business Angel Investment Network, and then I'll be honest with you, because investors are looking for scalability, innovation, and technology or science. But I want to share creative industries. Yes, there's innovation, there's a scalability, and also there's a science of human and social life. This is really critical, that they can start from changing their mindset, their perspective to the creative industries, and then they can see the potential of these industries. Mm.
So what makes Peppa Pig valuable is, of course, that it's a whole universe of stuff. It's toys and games, and it's animation, it's a lot of stuff. So also when you look at, like, again, Harry Potter, it's a creative universe that has been created. It's a narrative, it's the whole feeling about the whole thing that you enter into.
And also we can disseminate the good example of this in this creative industries, and then we can raising awareness about this, because most of the investors don't know about when they are investing in a game startup or game studio, they are involved into the creative industries, because we should raise their awareness. So, okay, how we are going to do this with Creative Business Investor? Is a network between and brings creative startups with investors. We would like to give opportunities to creative startups the opportunity of meeting right investors and then showing their potential with the right way.
Mm. So the problem here is, on the bigger scale, that society doesn't get the solutions or the products or services that they could get, because that financing of these products and services is difficult. And why is it difficult? It could be on the startup side, that they're really bad at pitching. They're really bad at telling what their idea is, because they didn't graduate from business schools. They came from more artistic schools where they learned to tell a story. You know, I know even architects that go through 5 years of studying architecture, and they don't really know about that there is a market, that there is actually someone that needs to buy their services at the end of the day. So that's also when we often have this thing about movie directors. Some movie directors think about the markets that the movie is going to, and other movie directors come up with something, you know, a work of art, a piece of work that they don't care about the markets, like Lars von Trier, for example, but they're still really successful because somehow they tap into what I usually refer to like a big river that runs underneath all of us, and they can kind of tap into and feel, you know, what goes on through both continents and also time, if they're really good at it. So the problem here is that the startups or the entrepreneurs, the creatives, the artists are not good at pitching or telling the stories to the people with money. And the people with money, they're equally bad at listening and understanding what makes a hit. And what makes a hit is really difficult to predict. Who would have predicted that we all would at one point dance La Macarena? Who would have predicted that we all at one point would dance Gangnam Style? I have only small anecdotes. I was in Japan, and usually when I make these presentations, I go, how many of you have tried to dance the Gangnam Style? And everyone goes, yay, you know? And then I did the same thing in Japan, and the organizer was sitting down there and going, Rasmus, you're in Japan. And saying that, of course, culturally, products from Korea does not do well in Japan. And I learned that the hard way. But there are these things, what makes a hit, that investors don't understand, that they're not culturally sensitive enough to understand what works. In the past, record companies would always have 3 or 4 bands that they would invest in because they would know 3 of them would fail and 1 of them would be successful.
Okay, and maybe we can expand the term of investors in here. We are working with angel investors, individual investors, VC funds, and also family offices in there, because they are really important. We want to serve each startup, each stage of startup, and by bringing together with each stage of the investors, because it is really critical to support a startup at early stages. And yesterday we had a nice 2 keynote speakers, and one of them was very informative about the disruptor and the believers. And now I think as creative business investors team, we are the believers to the creative startups, and we want to see how they are going to grow in the market and scale, of course.
For example, 2 of the investor groups that we're talking with, one is the family office of Pandora. You all know the Pandora jewelry. The family office. A family office is where they take their money and then invest. And they invested in Rococo that I showed you yesterday. They understand. They have an understanding of what works in the creative field, because they have been working with jewelry and built a global brand. We're also working with the money from Guy Laliberté. Guy Laliberté is a guy whose main qualification, you could say, he's able to walk on stilts. He created Cirque du Soleil. And for the first, you have to know that, the first 11 years, Cirque du Soleil was funded by the Arts Council of Canada. In other words, Cirque du Soleil was an artistic, cultural, supported company, endeavor, project, initiative. And then went on, I think he sold it for $800 million or something in that order. So often you also see these cultural and creative products and services come from the cultural sector, become very popular, and then become commercial. And the money that he got from selling Cirque du Soleil is now in a VC called Triptyque in Montreal. And they're also out there looking for entertainment technology startups.
And also we can give information about how startups can apply this process. They can directly connect from us, from LinkedIn or via email, and anytime. And then we will start the pre-evaluation of the process. As a team, we will meeting via Zoom or anywhere, and it doesn't matter. We will listen to startup, and if team or entrepreneur is ready for the pitch to the investors, and yes, we can meet them, bring them together with them. But if they are not, we will give them feedbacks. We want to see these KPIs, these metrics, and then this explanation in their pitch. So this is really critical for them.
Do we have more slides? I can't remember.
We have one last slide. So
yeah, but maybe we can leave it with this. So in reality, we could talk for a couple of hours more, but we know it would blow your mind if we did, and that would look really ugly here in this. Here is this hall. So we're going to end with this. Get hold of us. We're at, if you can't remember, just cbnet.com. cbnet.com. We're a network of startups, investors, stakeholders, others that like to support the culture and creative industries and see them succeed. And we hold an annual event called Bright that takes place usually the last weekend of June in Copenhagen. We're thinking about bringing Bright here to Thessaloniki because we have a tagline saying the future looks bright, and you have something about the future in your tagline, so there is some overlap there. But thanks for listening, and if you're an investor, get hold of us. If you're a startup in the creative field, also get hold of us. Thanks.
Yes, thanks so much.
Tức ser det nærmere. θέλετε. Όπου νομίζετε εσείς. Από εδώ 2 θα έχουμε και... Καλή σας ημέρα. Πάμε τώρα να συζητήσουμε ένα θέμα για το οποίο γίνονται διαρκώς αναφορές σε ό,τι έχει να κάνει με την συμμετοχή των γυναικών σε θέσεις ευθύνης, με τη συμμετοχή των γυναικών ευρύτερα, τόσο στη διοίκηση όσο και στο συνολικό οργανόγραμμα μιας εταιρείας. Εδώ θα μιλήσουμε, όπως άλλωστε βλέπετε και στην οθόνη, θα μιλήσουμε για τη συμμετοχή των γυναικών στην τεχνολογία. Γιατί άλλωστε, δεδομένου ότι είμαστε και σε μια τεχνολογική έκθεση. Η κυρία Δήμητρα Σακελαροπούλου είναι μαζί μας, η οποία είναι από την Deloitte. Καλή σας ημέρα, κυρία Σακελαροπούλου.
Καλημέρα σας.
Ευχαριστώ που είστε μαζί μας σήμερα εδώ. Και η κυρία Ράνια Σβορώνου, συνδεόμαστε με το Μαϊάμι, αν δεν κάνω λάθος. Καλή σας ημέρα, κυρία Σβορώνου, από τη Θεσσαλονίκη.
Καλημέρα.
Και ευχαριστούμε που ξενυχτάτε μαζί μας για να συμμετέχετε στην συγκεκριμένη συζήτηση. Για να ξεκινήσουμε, διότι έχουμε να πούμε αρκετά και συγκεκριμένα πράγματα. Κυρία Σβορώνου, θα ήθελα να ξεκινήσω λίγο από εσάς και θα ήθελα να μου πείτε πώς στη δική σας εταιρεία, στην IBM, πώς έχετε διαχειριστεί το θέμα του diversity, να το πω στα ελληνικά, πώς έχετε διαχειριστεί το θέμα της συμμετοχής των γυναικών στο κομμάτι της τεχνολογίας, ειδικά σε μια χώρα η οποία έχει συγκεκριμένα χαρακτηριστικά, κατά την άποψή μου, τόσο προς την ενίσχυση αυτής της κατεύθυνσης ως ευρύτερη πολιτική, όσο και από την άλλη πλευρά ανάσχεσή της σε επίπεδο συνηθιών και καθημερινότητας.
Φυσικά. Καταρχάς, να ξεκινήσω ότι έχοντας δουλέψει και στην Ελλάδα και στην Αγγλία και στην Αμερική, πάντα βλέπω τις διαφορές και μου αρέσει γενικά να συνδέω τα κομμάτια. Αλήθεια είναι, μου αρέσουν τα actions, οπότε είμαι ζωντανό παράδειγμα. Έτσι, μεταφέρθηκα από την Αγγλία στην Αμερική, έχω γίνει sponsored, έχω γίνει supported για να είμαι εδώ που είμαι. Συγγνώμη κιόλας για τα ελληνικά-αγγλικά μετά από τόσα χρόνια. Η IBM συγκεκριμένα, τουλάχιστον μπορώ να μιλήσω περισσότερο που είμαι στην Αμερική. Είμαστε πραγματικά active στο θέμα diversity και πέρα από τα πολλά προγράμματα που έχουμε σε θέμα sponsorship, mentorship, coaching και να βοηθάμε και τη νέα γενιά και ακόμα και το πώς εγώ έχω δει αυτή την πορεία μου τα τελευταία 7 χρόνια που είμαι, υπάρχουν και πολλά statistics έξω. Είμαστε στο top 5% των εταιριών, των μεγάλων εταιριών, οπότε θεωρούμαστε promoters. Ουσιαστικά έχεις promoters, αυτοί που είναι passive, και αυτοί οι οποίοι δεν κάνουν κάτι. Και συγκεκριμένα, τουλάχιστον εκεί που είμαι και το βλέπω actively, παίρνουμε πραγματικά σοβαρά το θέμα του diversity. Και όχι μόνο με τις γυναίκες, γιατί αυτό είναι το topic, αλλά across the board in terms of diversity. Αυτό μπορώ να μιλήσω και ως παράδειγμα, έτσι, γιατί το πώς εγώ έχω δει την πορεία μου να εξελίσσεται μέσα στην εταιρεία.
Κυρία Σακελαροπούλου, να δούμε το κομμάτι της Deloitte, πώς εσείς το έχετε αναπτύξει αυτό σε μια χώρα που έχει άλλα δικά της θετικά και αρνητικά χαρακτηριστικά γύρω από αυτό το θέμα που συζητάμε.
Ωραία. Ξεκινώντας από το κομμάτι να έχουμε μια περίληψη της κατάστασης που βρισκόμαστε στην Ελλάδα και πώς αυτή τη στιγμή η γυναίκα βρίσκεται στον τομέα της, γενικότερα στον χώρο εργασίας και της τεχνολογίας. Καλώς ή κακώς, ενώ υπάρχει κάποια εξέλιξη και σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο και στην Ελλάδα, συνεχίζουμε να έχουμε ένα πολύ μικρό ποσοστό γυναικών στην τεχνολογία. Αν δεν κάνω λάθος, στην Ευρώπη είναι στο 17 με 20%, στην Ελλάδα ακόμα λιγότερο, και δεν πάω, ή μάλλον όχι, θα πάω και στο κομμάτι των γυναικών σε υψηλόβαθμες θέσεις, που είναι ακόμα μικρότερο. Δηλαδή, δεν είναι τυχαίο ότι έχει θεσπιστεί νομοθεσία στην Ελλάδα που να ορίζει ότι πρέπει το 25% των διοικητικών συμβουλίων των εταιριών να στα δύο κανάλια που είναι ελληνικά.
So, we believe that we have to further support women. Now, as far as Deloitte is concerned, we are running and we're implementing initiatives based on the key pillar that should be implemented by all bodies, both public and private, that is upskilling and reskilling. So in fact, we promote training of younger women as well as retraining and upskilling so that women are introduced in STEM and technology to understand their potential and to understand that this way they can promote their skills and their career. And of course, we are working on mechanisms that promote women on higher levels. At this moment, we implement specific initiatives in-house and outside of the company, trainings, workshops, hackathon for the development sector, etc. And our company is also participating to the boardroom. That is a private institution that includes other companies. And the goal is through training and learning and by promoting the necessary and the adequate role models to promote women in C-level jobs. In Deloitte, we have already achieved high percentages of diversity, and 43% of our employees are women. So this is very important, taking into account the current percentages in the country and at the European level. To what extent do we have resistance to change when we see, and we saw that in the past as well. So we see meetings between companies, bodies, and authorities, or we see boards of directors who are comprised of 100% by men. So there were no women at all. First of all, as Ms. Sikellopoulos said, it is different depending on the country. In Greece, there is no resistance. In the US, there's no resistance. So we are increasing the statistics. And in North America, because this is the area where I work, we can increase the statistics even more. So I have witnessed the changes in Greece as well as in the UK and other countries. From what I can tell in the US and in my company and other companies, we see that there's a huge progress over the previous years in the level of executive. And role model is very, very important. I see many executives, and our CEO was a woman some years ago. So I see, at least here, I see that we increase training, we increase budget dedicated to training. This is very important. We add more and more C-level or executives that are women. And in my team, I always take care of the proper diversity. And we have the numbers. So many believe that you don't need to focus on diversity, but now everybody understands that it is very, very important. And also, we're talking a lot about diversity. I had joined another panel, and a lady said that if we want to see a change in the office, we have to make some changes in our house. A lady colleague was promoted, and she thanked her husband, who supported her in the house. so that she can find the time to work harder and to be promoted. Many times we don't talk about what is happening in our houses. We are talking about what is happening in our office, but we need the support of our family members. We need the support in our house. We need the support so that we can promote our career. In the US, this is happening. Yes, everything starts from our home. Either we talk about our employment or about anything else. So this low resistance to change, this adjustment is equal to the two coasts compared to the hinterland. What do you mean, says the speaker? I mean, does this apply to the whole of the USA? West Coast, East Coast, I mainly work on the East Coast because I'm in Miami. It is true that in West Coast it's a bit different because in San Francisco and Silicon Valley, they don't wear suits there. They mainly use jeans and T-shirts. But yes, indeed, there is a difference between the West Coast and the East Coast. And I see that in the East Coast we have more female executives compared to Silicon Valley. This is true, and I have witnessed that. Mrs. Sakelaropoulou, what is happening in Greece? Yes, in Greece, things are lagging behind. We are lagging behind. I don't think that women at C-level jobs are enough, despite the efforts. However, I believe that in Greece there's no resistance to change. We're simply lacking, and we don't have the training and what is needed in order to promote women in these jobs. There are stereotypes. For example, we used to say that in the past that the CEO or the CFO or the CIO, CTO must be a man. But now we say that we need a specific quota in the boards of directors, etc. So, are you afraid? Aren't you afraid that if you push things in order to promote and to help and strengthen women, and I don't say that women should not participate everywhere, but are we losing essence? Are we losing the true meaning of all this? Yes, I understand what you say, because there is a long debate on that, because when we talk about women and technology, it's as if it is something extraordinary. I believe that we need to lobby. We need to lobby and to advocate in order to reach results. We still have a long way ahead of us. We need to continue exercising pressure and to lobby and advocate the promotion of women. But we have to be careful on how we are lobbying. Yes, we need these initiatives. We need to talk about it. But we also need to be more inclusive in our discussion. I do agree. Women in tech is something that lies within the scope of gender equality. So gender equality has not been solved in the workplace, and is even more evident in the field of technology, because inequality is even higher there. So we must continue to try in order to eliminate this inequality, but we're still lagging behind. Deloitte is moving towards this direction, but when we talk with your clients in the market, is there a case of a company hiring a woman who has a very good CV but the company may say that no, it's better that I prefer and I hire a man. No, I have never seen such a case. Not in Deloitte, not in our customers. I have never seen such a case. Mrs. Voronu, I understand that the line is very fine, it's very thin. We have to find a balance in between the two ends. Is it difficult to balance the decision? I don't think it's an issue of error. It's an issue of actions, and I fully agree with Mrs. Sakelaropoulou. Things are very strict here in the USA in terms of diversity. So the HR department is responsible for ensuring diversity and equality in the company. So this helps a lot. So I don't think it is a matter of error. It is a matter of continuing our efforts. And I'm very optimistic. I believe that things will get better in the future. Yes, that's true. Since everything starts from our house, this is not only a matter of supporting your wife to get promoted, but it's only a matter of training and educating your children, and it's also a matter of the school and of the role models that you are receiving and that you are learning about. So I believe here in Greece, Ms. Sakelaropoulou, we could talk more about this at school, right? Yes. It's one of the things that we must improve in Greece. We must improve education of young girls in the school. We must inform young girls about what is technology, what is STEM, what are the potential of these sectors. From my personal experience, I must say that it was by coincidence that I started and I studied at the school and at the university. I had no stimulus, technological stimulus at school. I think that things have changed. However, I believe that we need to focus and to inform young girls about diversity and about the potential of STEM and technology for women. Mrs. Voronu, yes, I fully agree with what you said about the family at the school. Things are different here. Here, female rights, women's rights are taught at school. So it depends on the culture and the mentality of the community. Diversity is taught since the first classes of school. So in Greece, when I graduated many years ago, things were better. Things are now better since then compared to many years ago, but we have to start from school. We have to start from young ages. Is there any question? Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Voronu, for being with us from the US, and I would like to thank Mrs. Sakelaropoulou as well. Thank you.
Δημιουργούμε νέα κανάλια εξυπηρέτησης. Αξιοποιούμε δεδομένα που έχουν ήδη δημόσιοι φορείς. Μειώνουμε την ανάγκη φυσικής παρουσίας στο ΚΙΣΕ. Έχουμε κάνει μεγάλα βήματα. Περισσότερες από 1.450 υπηρεσίες είναι στο gov.gr. Παρακάμπτουμε πολύπλοκες, χρονοβόρες, γραφειοκρατικές διαδικασίες. Διασφαλίζουμε την ταχύτερη εξυπηρέτηση των πολιτών όπου και αν βρίσκονται, με ασφάλεια και αξιοπιστία. Αναπτύξαμε και εξελίσσουμε το κέντρο διαλειτουργικότητας. Διασυνδέσαμε περισσότερα από 430 πληροφοριακά συστήματα του δημοσίου και εξασφαλίσαμε την άμεση και έγκυρη διάθεση πληροφοριών μεταξύ τους 24 ώρες την ημέρα, 7 μέρες την ημέρα.
Α, ναι. Α, εμείς καθάμε εκεί. Ωραία.
Καλημέρα σε όλους.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to have you here in this panel. It's a pleasure for me to be here with distinguished scientists and entrepreneurs. My name is Taousanis Christos. I'm a scientific director at Employment at Do. And today we will be talking a very interesting topic, the future of work. Before introducing our ladies, our lady panelists, I would like to share a personal story of mine. I had an interview with Amelia a few months ago. Amelia had a very impressive CV, including 91% satisfaction, customer satisfaction level. She knew 3 languages and she was available 7 days a week. The only detail is that Amelia is the first digital employee of Ubisoft. Why do I say that? There's a long debate on the future of work and the digital employees, and today with our guests we will be elaborating on some of these topics. So we have with us Mrs. Evi Kechaya, who's a systems engineer at Cisco. Good morning. Mrs. Domniki Gavadziki is a senior manager HR at Deloitte. Mrs. Maria Vakola is a professor of human resources management and organization psychology at the Athens University of Economics and Business. And last but not least, Mrs. Melina Skondra is a lawyer before the Supreme Court. She's a specialist in informatics. So I will be starting with the lady with the most technological background, Mrs. Kechaya. So I would like to tell you the following. If 10 or 15 years ago someone was listening to us and he was hearing us say about digital employees and digital nomads, etc., they would say that it is science fiction. However, today it is something realistic. So based on your experience, I would like to ask you the following. Technology has changed the labor market. The question is if and to what extent, in what way will it continue to change and transform the labor market. I believe that technology is a driver for the future of the labor market. An employee must interact with the colleagues, with the companies, or with the customers digitally at all levels. Here we have machine learning, artificial intelligence. We have chatbots, as you said, that is digital employees. We have automations, we have robotics that are going to be installed in our lives dramatically in the next years. And this is a fact. Most of us have already realized the effect of technology in our daily life, whether we're talking about our employment or about our entertainment, our private life, the way by which we interact with public services, or the way by which we interact with companies. This is increasing exponentially, and it will continue increasing, creating it creates new jobs, it creates new needs and skills that are necessary and required. And so we're talking about a very important reskilling, massive reskilling of some employees so that they can remain in the labor market. But we're also talking about a hybrid remote world. I think we all experienced that in the last 2.5 years. We are witnessing this digital transformation that is very popular as a term, but it's not. It's not a lie. When we're talking about the hybrid world, I believe that the generations of Gen Z, of millennials, that is the young people who are entering the labor market, they require a flexibility in terms of the place, the time, and the way by which they are going to provide the services. This flexibility concerns their workspace, the time in which they're going to work. So I believe that the usual working hours is eliminated, especially in the bigger companies. Mainly some companies that are more traditional may still stick to the usual working hours. But now companies are providing employees with all the technological means in order to increase their efficiency, whether we're talking about teleconference potential or solutions for synchronous and asynchronous communication with customers, colleagues, and associates and partners. If we take it a step further, as a third axis, we are talking about digital nomads, about gig economy, things that used to be considered as science fiction some years ago. So there's a huge market opening ahead of us that is borderless. An employee, no matter where he lives, can reach a market that may be the US, for example, for a specific project or for a specific contract. And the companies can use experts included in their projects. They can take advantage of good brains in order to deal with a complex scenario that they have to deal with. And finally, from the side of businesses, we also have the remote expert. This is something that will be very popular in Greece as well in the future. I will give you an example. Already, there are telemedicine solutions that are applied in Greece. There's a patient on an island of Greece, and he has to be examined or tested by a specialized physician. But there's no such physician on the island. So the patient can go to the health center of the island, and he can be diagnosed by a specialist physician who is located in Athens. So think about this at a much larger and broader range. So developments are already underway, and we have to plan as employees, as companies, and as citizens the steps to be taken soon before, so that we do not lag behind. I'm thinking of an article that I've read. According to Duilio, digital transformation due to COVID was accelerated by 6 years. So I would like to ask Mrs. Vakola the following. How can enterprises and employees respond to all these challenges and changes? Yes, I fully agree that technological developments are underway. But not all companies, not all sectors, not all industries, and not all employees are ready to tackle with these challenges and changes. They have to take advantage of all the potential provided by technology. indeed, with the pandemic, we all had a fast-track training. Even the more traditional groups of people who had to work remotely. So we had the first contact with digital skills. But here I would like to raise two very important issues concerning the daily life and the daily practice and operation of businesses and employees. First, the organizational culture. That is, digital transformation is not only about technology. I would say, although being at risk of being subjective, so it's not we're not talking about technology here. The key topic is how companies and people are ready to take advantage of this potential. For example, we see companies that have a sub-production culture. They don't have human resources systems. They cannot train their people. We see huge inequalities in terms of digital skills. We see mature employees starting lagging behind. We see an organizational culture of exhaustion, and because change and technology is that intensive that people cannot deal with this technology. This is the first point. And the second point I would like to raise is the readiness of employees, of people. We at the university, we have been studying this issue for many years now. And I could say at this point that there are individual differences. In the company, in this specific company, I'm sure that there's a profile that they are hiring, that they are recruiting. So people must be very adaptive and they are very flexible. But not all companies are like this. So there are people who have difficulties with technology and people who do not have any difficulty with technology. So a factor that differentiates our samples, the samples that we identify, is how do I conceive the benefit of technology? Some believe that technology is a threat. For example, a retail company has included technological infrastructure. So the employee says that I have invested time and I have learned the previous system. Now you're bringing me a new system, a new software, and this may reduce my power. And here comes the role of the human resources management. And this is where I stop and give the floor to our colleague here. So summarizing, I would say yes, of course we want technology. We cannot go back. As a country and as companies, we have to fully take advantage of the potential of technology, but it's not only a matter of technology. There are some things that we have to take into account. We are moving to Mrs. Vadziki. I fully agree with what you said, that there's a fear for change, fear to change, and there's a fear that due to automation, I think it's a myth, many jobs are lost. This is a long debate. Jobs are not lost, but they're just changing. Jobs are changing, but employees are afraid. And the major topic here, the major point here is what are the skills that make us human? And what are the skills in which we have to invest in view of the automation of procedures? I fully agree with what you have said up to now. The main concern of employees is if there's a war between robots and machines and people. So about what you said on jobs, according to the World Economic Forum report, the next 10 years 133 million new jobs will be created thanks to the artificial intelligence. And of course, some jobs will be replaced by machines. And there was a survey by research by Deloitte with the Association of Industries and Enterprises on this topic. But I would like to give convey an optimistic message. There is research saying that by 2030, 85% of the jobs that will be created are not even here, do not exist yet, because we have not developed the skills and the qualities that are needed for these jobs. And here we see the comparative and the competitive advantage that we have as humans against the machines. That is this inherent human skill and ability, that is curiosity or social intelligence, emotional intelligence. All these features are our comparative and competitive advantage, and compared to the to machines. This is the role of businesses and the education system and the training system to strengthen the skills of employees. Representing Deloitte, I would like to say that we have realized this even before the pandemic. Before starting remote working due to COVID, we have introduced smart working because our employees are very young and they like to be flexible, so they could work and they still can work from home. Apart from continuous training that is at the very core of the company's strategy, we are using various platforms. We recently developed an AI platform that provides tailor-made lessons and training based on our preferences and on the career that we want to follow inside the company. At the Deloitte Alexander Competence Center, we have been organizing many workshops because skills are very important in innovative technologies like the Amazon Web Services, etc. And now there are applications for the second boot camp that we organize in order to promote reskilling and upskilling of young people who want to upskill, to upgrade their skills, and for people who want to change their career. So we also invest in soft skills with daily seminars, with lessons, with workshops concerning team working and cooperation skills, etc., especially for our employees and especially for our team leaders, because we want them to adopt this corporate culture that we all have to have in terms of adaptability and the corporate mentality, all the things that are changing. So, in concluding, I would like to remind the phrase said by Friedman: all people working in the labor market are like Olympic athletes, although we don't know the sports in which we are going to compete. And I would like to conclude with Mrs. Kodra. I would like to ask you the following. I'm wondering about all this situation in the hybrid market that is formulated and shaped. Many new questions are raised and many new challenges are raised within this context. I believe that the law science is not prepared to deal with issues like the blockchain technology. What are we supposed to do as employees, as companies, or as citizens in view of all this, of this new environment that is shaped in the labor market and for the future to come? You are right, Mr. Taousanis. Unfortunately, law science is running behind developments to regulate them after they emerge. So every law is trying to regulate a real situation that has already emerged, and that has to be regulated. The same applies to a larger extent to what is to technology. Informatics law is not a specific code like the civil code, etc. It's just a network of provisions that are trying to regulate things that emerge as problems due to the use of technologies. Now, as far as employees are concerned, we mainly focus on the protection of personal data and confidentiality and privacy. There was always a conflict here, an inherent conflict, exactly because technology, all technological means and tools are working based on data. Without an exchange of data, technology cannot work. On the other hand, we must not be afraid of technology, and we must be negative before technology. Technology must serve people, as the GDPR says. So our goal is to take advantage of technology, but in such a manner that is not, in a manner that is not it does not interfere to our personal day. We must take full advantage of technology in order to promote the well-being of humans, but without sacrificing our fundamental rights. Especially in the context of the pandemic and the use of all the new technologies that we were called to use for the first time, there were several new challenges raised. Technology companies, especially large companies, find a very nice field for growth. The sector of informatics and constructors and designers and manufacturers, especially in the US, do not keep in mind the European concerns about privacy, etc. The well-known Zoom that bloomed after 2020 developed a pilot platform, a pilot feature using artificial intelligence, and that analyzes emotionally the employees. It then gives a feedback to the employer when the employer wants to realize to understand the profile, the emotional profile of the employee. This, as you can understand, is very interfering. When the Zoom camera starts scanning me, so I'm under a microscope in inverted commas, it scans how I smiled, the changes in the way I speak, and it provides my emotional profile that is available to my employer. I don't know how this is going to be used, and you understand the challenges that are raised. So this is technology. We know what technology is. We have to help it. We have to support it so that it can serve our needs, but it must be regulated. The GDPR, the European regulation, that is the key legal act in this field, sets some standards for the employers so that the employees can be more effective. Because when employees feel free, they will be more effective. If employees are feeling that they're under control, they will have a chilling effect and they will not be effective. So the first thing that a company should do is, given it needs means and tools that can be used for the assessment and evaluation of employees, everything must be transparent. They must be clear and they must be transparent, and they must inform its employees in terms of the use of the technology. What are the data that are used and how are these data going to be used? In general terms, a technological tool cannot be used exclusively. It cannot be exclusively used for the assessment or evaluation of the employees. It cannot be the only tool to evaluate your employees. Some other data on the connection and the disconnection, etc. So we have lost the limits. At the beginning, this hybrid way of working was very convenient in the first place. But I think we have lost we have lost the limits somewhere in the middle. So we need to use technology because the employers have a legal interest to know and to be able to evaluate and assess their employees. Employers must be able to know if their employees are effective, if they need more training, if something is not going well in the company. But this must be done in a different way, by collecting legalized data from the use of technological systems and not individualized data. Technology can also give solutions to safeguard privacy. So GDPR talks about privacy by design and by default. So by design and by default, our information systems must be structured and parameterized in a way that they collect the less possible data. And this data must be grouped in order to give to the employer the insight on what is happening and how a team of employees is doing, but without sacrificing privacy. What you say is very, very interesting. This is something that we all have to understand and we all have to realize. Not only the companies, not only the stakeholders, every one of us as a future citizen. I wish I had more time with you because you shared very interesting ideas. So, just a final comment. We talked about new specialties. So we talk about upskilling. We're talking about reskilling. We're talking about all these skills that are going to differentiate future employees. And the better that is related to culture and to the approach and to the way by which we are going to manage the future of our work. The future of our work is changing and it is unpredictable. No matter what a company or a country does, changes are coming exponentially and we cannot predict the future. So in concluding, I would like to ask you to tell us the following. So, do you believe that the labor market of the future will be better in terms of perspectives, in terms of employment, or should we be reluctant? Mrs. Vakola, you're smiling. In my daily work and life, I'm working with the young generation at the university. So living with these young children, I must say that the future is bright. Yes, they are very well educated. I'm very optimistic that what we are doing here all together, what are we doing? In fact, we are raising our concerns to find solutions. So since we have identified the key concerns and challenges, and since the technology is providing all these possibilities, I believe that we have to be optimistic. The future will be bright, the future will be better, although we have to try hard and keep on trying. You see that and you're optimistic because you're working with students. I do agree because I work a lot with with younger children, I see that these children are promising a much better future. So technologically, well, are we going to have better jobs? Yes, from a technological point of view, I fully agree. I believe that the future will be better. I believe that the new generation and the early careers, that is the millennials and the Gen Z that have started entering the labor market, have shown a very strong presence. They are now demanding things, and they have changed the mentality of the companies by changing their working style. For me, who is also new in the labor market, I think that the future will be better, and the change will lead to a better future. Yes, I am optimistic. Of course, we have to try hard in order to reach our final goal, but I believe that we will be better in the future. I fully agree with the previous speakers. I believe that the future will be much better, and I believe that human values are going to be further strengthened and promoted. Yes, I believe that we have to be optimistic for the future. Mrs. Kovra, a last comment? Yes, I agree. I'm optimistic, but we must not forget what I say very often. Technology is a tool. A knife is a tool as well. Knife can be used to cut the bread, but it can also be used to kill a man, a person. So it's in our hand to use technology the way we want in order to help and support our daily life, our professional life, our social life, and everything and anything else. And as Ms. Vakola said, we have identified the challenges. The fact that we have identified these challenges, especially in Europe, that we are more aware of in terms of ethics and the social impact of every aspect of our life, I'm very, very optimistic, and I believe that all the issues that we raised today will be managed gradually. They will be self-regulated to an extent, because the new generation has already developed a culture, the required culture, and we will be able to use technology to our benefit. So the future is already here, and it looks better. I would like to thank you, Mrs. Kehaya, Mrs. Kavadziki, Mrs. Vakola, and Mrs. Kordra, and all of you for being here with us today. So we are concluding with this optimism. I wish you every success.
Okay. No,
Καλημέρα, καλώς ήρθατε στο...
Good morning. Welcome to the Future Ready Summit of Beyond 2022. My name is Panouris Strakakis. I'm a journalist, technology journalist. So from employment and the labor market, we're moving to the health sector and how technology can change the health sector. The result of convergence between and the exploitation of technology in the field of health, the services that we can enjoy thanks to the use of technology in the health sector, as citizens and as companies or organizations, the opportunities and the challenges arising from this convergence. With us, we have without delaying, I'm moving on to introducing my panelists. So we have with us, and starting from the lady of the panel, we have Mrs. Niki Tsuma, who is the president and the CEO of IDICA. Mr. Valentin Lange, let me check the title. He is a data analyst in the business unit data science at Infoteam Software. Mr. George Megas, EIT Health Hub Coordinator and Enterprise Europe Network Innovation Advisor. A long title. So let's start with a general question to all. What is the biggest opportunity created by the use of technology in the health sector? So, Mrs. Tsuma, you can start.
Thank you very much. I believe that the greatest opportunity and challenge that was turned into an opportunity was the COVID crisis. In the health sector, we had to face two extremely important issues. The first one was the patients who were at home, and second, the citizens' patients should be offered health services. That was an important challenge because it was the first time ever that we as health systems, as Ministry for Health, for digital governance, as a Greek state, that we went to the citizen because the citizen could not move, could go to get out of his place, his house. That was a challenge that led to extremely important and significant results thanks to technology. We all know the vaccination system, the registry for patients, and all this was fully electronically from the date up to the vaccination certificate, and up to the certificate that would allow us to circulate, to be out of our houses as a patient or as a citizen. So I believe this was the greatest challenge ever that we tackled in an excellent way. What's your opinion, Tim?
Really hard to do that, to find a good way to find a vaccination to all this. But I think in the future we will have more fast adaptation to some crises like this, and because we learned a lot of this because of this crisis, and this crisis helped us to fasten up all these processes, and now we can use the digitalization much more than ever. Yeah.
Γιώργο, για σένα η μεγαλύτερη ευκαιρία.
George, what was the greatest opportunity for you? You mean how we use new technology in the health centers. As you can see, I use an old technology here for my arm. In Europe Horizon, we finance all research programs in Europe and in Greece. In the previous program, we were 7th ranked in absorbing these funds. In the health sector, we were 12th. My focus of attention should be how to transfer technology in the market. That is to bring research closer to the market or to set up new startups, and this would help brain drain. As we can see, new technologies, for example, 5G, allow us to have remote medicine, telemedicine, not only just Skype meeting when I got sick last summer, but also to have an ultrasound examination remotely, and in this way the results will be sent to a doctor who lives on another island, let's say. So the unification of all and the integration of all systems is very important. The data are very important that would allow us to have AI doc, as in Israel, that helps doctors to have triage, because otherwise they would lose their compass, as it occurred to me yesterday when I went to the emergency. Let's move on to Mrs. Tsuma. The medical record that was recently awarded by WITS is the best example, perhaps, about the services that public sector can provide in health services. Could this be the basis in order to enrich the health services provided by the state in the future? Obviously, yes, because the establishment of the health system and health services to citizens is never static. It starts implementing, you start using and implementing informatic system in order to produce health services for citizens. You always take the result and the outcome of a research and you implement this outcome in already existing infrastructure. Therefore, having hardware infrastructure and having data infrastructure allows you to have added value infrastructure, starting with the prescription system that was led to intangible prescription that gives the possibility for citizens to use their mobile phones for their health services. So, when we implement what technology offers you, you can always build up in order to provide newer and more modern services to citizens.
Mrs. Tsuma referred to that. What will be the next step in the data science regarding the health system?
I think
the healthcare system.
Yeah, I think it will be the freshness of data. Oh, okay, sorry. It will be the freshness of data and the readiness of data. So we have the real-time diagnosis of patient data, which help us to perform better in hospitals and also reduce the stay the length of stay of patients in the hospitals. This will all free up resources and helps doctors also to concentrate more on the patient and give them more time to analyze the data and also talk to the patient. And the new data, the technology will help also to reduce bureaucracy, so we have more time. Yeah.
George, the convergence between technology and health services. Since you work in applied informatics, does this create the necessary preconditions in order to avoid brain drain of doctors abroad? 3 years ago, we tried to set up a program called Knowledge of Bridges of Knowledge and Cooperation. And we wanted to bring in contact Greeks who live abroad and to have a transfer of know-how from abroad to Greece and vice versa. This helps the Greeks that are here to learn more and to be more business-wise, but it hasn't affected brain mitigation so much. Because when researchers live abroad, they go there for better salaries, for better quality of life. I can see some spins off and startups on the health sector that have also employed medical doctors as well, 1 or 2, besides the business specialist. But of course, that's a small percentage. Other programs like Marie Curie that helps the mobility of researchers also helps, and we can use it in order to reduce brain drain and to bring our researchers back to Greece. That's a horizontal issue. In the health sector, I believe that new technologies can make the environment more favorable for someone to work. We have seen people who were specialists in spectrography that we didn't have as devices here, so they had to leave. But of course, the startups and the participation of young researchers in the health sector kept them here during the crisis. They couldn't find a job. They made their own businesses and they received some funds. Whether they will be successful, we will see it. Yes, the moderator says, but things are built step by step. Yes, indeed. When we say step by step, we have to go backwards. We have the General Electric Health and the Hello AI's program that supports graduates from health science schools that can be further trained in AI and not be just medical doctors and medical personnel, but use AI as well. We have the greatest amount of participation in that program. In 3 years, we have sent 700 graduates. This means that they want to be specialized in other issues as well. Yes, so if we have a look backwards, we will see that some things can be done through education, because we do have the devices, but we don't have specialized personnel. Let's go back to the public sector. The Prime Minister has talked about the cloud-first strategy of our public sector that he has been following. What does this mean for IDICA services? What are your priorities in the future? And of course, your challenges. In relation to the cloud, yes, in relation to the cloud. Obviously, cloud technologies are those that give us the possibility to move on faster, more economical, and more timely, because you create scale economies, both at the level of your own need for great storage room of data, especially health data that are sensitive data. They are numerous. They must be kept for specific time periods and in a specific way, because patient's record is made and should be maintained for a specific time period. The processing of this health data and medical data demands space for the time management. Therefore, our goal is to make use of these technologies. IDICA will be one of the owners of or part of the government cloud, which is the health cloud. So the health cloud of the country will be established and will provide cloud services to health agencies. This moves us forward concerning data management and data infrastructure, because we know that the culture and mentality that existed so far was that the data should be next to me because they are mine. But by using cloud technologies, our rationale changes and the data belongs to the citizens. And all of us, the public sector, are here in order to work together through interconnectivity, interoperability, by processing and using data in order to be able to provide better services to our citizens using their own data.
Also, and patient data. How can we secure them and use them also for research and development?
Okay, there are two ways: encryption and anonymization. But for example, to keep up with China, which is already really advanced in AI research, we should also think about how we can use this patient data. And for example, in Germany, since starting from today, 1st of October, every patient data will be anonymized and will be available for research freely. So that's how we can use this technology with anonymization of patient data. And yeah, I think that's also a way to keep up with big AI countries like China.
Γιώργο,
George, what are the greatest opportunities and challenges in order to create a big wave of innovation in health tech? Germany was mentioned as an example. I will give you an example that started in Germany and is embraced in other countries. It is the DIGA framework, the DIGA framework. This framework, implemented by Germany and other countries, says that the state will use innovative solutions in its health system, and it will pay as it is prescribed medicine. What does this mean? You might have an application that our researcher concluded by using EU funds, and if you take this application that takes your macula through your mobile phone, and if this is paid by the e-prescription, this means a lot. The Germans have been using that. They have included 6 applications in this system. We're trying to bring this know-how to Greece, and we're organizing workshops to inform the Greek people. And we try to see what would derive through this system. But we will also see what happens in the private sector. Are there any applications in the private sector that we could also use? Because our final goal is to improve the quality of life of the patient. we started talking about opportunities in the following years. Let's conclude our discussion commenting on the greatest challenges in the use of technology to the benefit of citizens. That's the goal. Besides that, in the field of health and technology, the next steps are those that were mentioned by us, that is making the best use of data. We do have the data. The next step is to interconnect this data and to have interoperability so that in the health sector, the health data can help us both with prevention and with the treatment. This prevention is a very important sector, and we move on to that in cooperation with the health ministry. We use the existing data in order to implement preventive medicine. This means that you move on in a targeted manner in order to carry out screening tests in the population. So you use the data to this end. The second issue is to use the data for the research on pharmaceuticals and on medical acts themselves. It's very important to be able to send the data of a mole that they have to his doctor right away instead of making an appointment. Undoubtedly, the technology can be used in this way. The challenge in this respect, though, is in what way and in which institutional framework this medical act occurs. Because the medical doctor must be able to see and make a diagnosis. So there are things that can be done remotely using technology, but there must be visits in the doctor's office. So the challenge is to find a balance between telemedicine and the visit to the doctor's office, because the doctor must be able to see the patient at some time after having all the patient's examinations. So we must match technology with the medical act per se that has a human dimension as well. That's the greatest challenge. As for technology, the next challenge is the interoperability of the systems. In this way, we will be able to compile the complete patient's record that will include data that are going to be available to their doctor or to the patient online from any place that they are created. These data are created in the doctor, in the hospital, in a private hospital, in a diagnostic center. So the challenge through the interoperability is exactly that, to be able to have all those data from these different resources available to the doctor and the patient the moment they need them. And this data must be structured. That's another big challenge, to have structured data. We don't want this data to be in a raw condition that cannot be used. The
biggest challenge for the future?
I think, as I said already, that the correctness of data is one of the most important things which represent the reality. So we can have useful AI applications which can improve the health and the healthcare system in general. So I think that's one of the biggest challenge, and also other things like to organize, like how to get vaccines much more faster to the populations, and yeah.
George, what about you and your sector? What is the greatest challenge? Yes.
γενικότερα επειδή ασχολούμαστε με τις τεχνολογίες, τις νέες τεχνολογίες και τις νέες λύσεις για το μαθημείο,
concerning new solutions and new technologies in the health sector. If you enter our site, we will see that the most important challenges that must be taken care into account is the electronic medical health records that will provide more data in order to be able to use AI technologies in the health sector, as well as personnel training and the change management. That is how the personnel could use and understand new technologies. Another issue is to integrate new technologies through open innovation, both in the private and public sector. Samsung Galaxy uses silicon technology, which is next to us. We can have pilot programs in our hospital. We have made such a program from 10 hospitals that can talk with our startups for 2 hours every month. This is the open innovation from the market that can be tested in real environments is another challenge. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you for attending our session. We have reached the end of this panel. Thank you.
Are you from Naxos?
Σε αυτό το panel,
in this panel, our topic is new technologies and how these are used in the framework of modern education. Our speakers is Mrs. Peggy Peloni, President of ACS School, Mr. Yannis Georbatzoglou, who is the Vice President at the American College of Thessaloniki, Mrs. Thalia Chalkidzi, who is the President of the Board in Musotec, and one more speaker. And Stavi Linardatos as well. So the pandemic came and changed the education in a way that it used technology. And now we are waiting to see how the technology could be used in our smooth reality. Mrs. Peloni is the first speaker.
Technologies were necessary to face the challenges of the pandemic and the lockdowns. And how are these shaping the future of education?
Well, I think that the question that we need to be asking and have been asking ourselves as educational institutions is, how do students learn anymore? And students nowadays are learning, very quickly. They're visual. They don't have a large attention span. They get a lot of information from everywhere. So the relationship between the teacher and the student is changing, because we are no longer, as educators, the ones that have all the information that will, bestow on them. They have as much information and more, because they're also natives in a digital world where we, have to learn about that world. So keeping that in mind, as an educational institution, ACS Athens, the American Community School, we had been preparing before the pandemic to be able to go online and also create a hybrid situation, because we realize that students are going to be able, young people are going to be able to learn anywhere in the world. Education is going to be accessible to a lot of people through the online platform, and it also differentiates. It also caters, it can cater to the differences that young people have in terms of learning. So having that in mind, during the pandemic, in one night, we were able to move into a platform that was organized, where we can well present the information, and so learning was not interrupted during that time. Now, the interesting thing is the pandemic taught us that, it forced us rather to teach in a digital platform and to be able to teach the way that students now learn. It also taught us, however, that the relationship between a teacher and a student continues to be important. It's important to have the physical presence of a teacher. That relationship then becomes more collaborative, because what the teacher then does, it becomes a guide to help students become critical thinkers, be able to discern through the information, make meaning of the information, be able to synthesize it, and be able to use it to make critical decisions, which is very, very important. So it becomes a collaborative relationship where meaning and learning is a joint venture. It's a journey of transformation. So how is education changing? Well, technologies are advancing quickly. Artificial intelligence has entered our lives big time, and it will continue to shape, the way that we see the world. The question is, how can we be in the front of that? Rather than be victims of change, rather than be victims of technology, and so we're just kind of following along these images that are quick, and they're creating impressions without really giving us time to think. How do we get in front of that, and how do we decide where technology is going to go, rather than the other way around? So I think the digital platform will continue to be there. The hybrid kind of teaching will continue to evolve, and that way we will have access to people from all around the world. They will have access to education from wherever they are in the world, or the work environment. But the question is, how do we do this in a way that's meaningful and we don't lose our humanity in the meantime?
What shall we keep in mind to educational technologies that they can change and evolve the next steps, so we can use it as a vehicle to education.
Exactly. And so I think, the emphasis needs to be, as I said before, it's a collaborative effort. Young people have access to, they're becoming global citizens. So they have to be aware of many things that are going on across the world. But at the same time, are they developing a mindset of being problem solvers rather than being the victims of problems? And this is very important. And in order to do this, what we need to do is develop what I call conscious global citizens. People who can think for themselves, people who ask a lot of questions. So inquiry is very, very important to develop inquirers and at the same time creative problem solvers outside of the box. But we see that young people are always on their phone now. And they're getting information quickly. The attention span is short. It's visual. So how do we help them transform to deal guiding, navigating, but also initiating the kind of changes that technology can create and being part of the problem? I think conscious global citizens is the way to do that, by developing inquirers, by developing people who have these kinds of mindsets. At the same time, it's very important that we, our generation, who are not natives in that world, are in the forefront, that we learn how to use these technologies, that we become lifelong learners, because we have to be ahead of the game if we're going to guide these young people. So I think it's a balance between artificial intelligence, yes, or robotics or technology and the advances there, but also the human part, and that means not just studying mathematics, not just studying STEM. It means philosophy and history and art, because that's what develops the kind of thinking that helps us to question and to create.
Thank you very much. Θα συνεχίσουμε με την κυρία Στέβλη Ναρδάτο.
Thank you very much. We move on with Mrs. Stavil Lardatos. Let's move on to new technology examples. In Linardatos schools, you've got a program called one-to-one learning. Could you please describe us what kind of program this is? And how important this is both for students and tutors. Let's start with what we can consider as given in 2022. Undoubtedly, technology, especially in the last 2 years, has become an established educational tool in most schools. This means that at a time when electronic devices define contemporary education, and at the same time tutors have the skills and experience to move on to the next step of digital transformation of their schools, the emergence of a revolutionary educational approach compatible with new technologies is imperative. That's why our school found the one-to-one model. This model means that all participants, both tutor and student, have their own device. They are linked, and we include cloud and other platforms, team platforms. For us, using technology is not an end to itself. It's not just an advertisement trick. We want to use technology in order to offer advantages, teaching advantages to our students. So we wanted to define first our goal, then to find out which device we could use. Our vision is to create a hybrid learning model by increasing students' participation and adapting each concept into the rationale of each student. I'll give you some examples. Which were our goals? The first one was to implement STEM activities in order to develop skills of the 21st century, like critical thinking. our first formers in high school, after studying Odyssey Alliance, they use the Minecraft Education Edition and they live this Odyssey journey. They built and construct the Trojan horse, then they built the raft of Odyssey, and finally they built up all the Odyssey's destination. So they learn by playing. A second example, in biology course, students are called to learn the human anatomy. Instead of having a static image, we use a system that can interact in a 3D model, and we can learn difficult concepts of human physiology in a very pleasant, interactive way, without learning just by heart and memorizing. That was our first goal. The second one was to maximize and understand the curriculum and the course in a differentiated manner. What do I mean? Each lesson plan should be adapted to the skills and difficulties of a student. I'll give you an example. Through the immersive reader, we offer the student the possibility to transform a text into a speaking test at various speeds. And we use a multisensory approach. The third goal had to do with adopting alternative assessment tools. In this way, the tutor could have a continuous evaluation of the student. For example, in the English course and in the Greek language course, through the reading programs platform, the student can follow, the tutor can follow the progress of the reader of the student. The teacher gives a reading text to the student, and the student reads that, and he records this reading, and the AI system assesses this reading, whether something was not pronounced correctly, whether there was self-correction, and so on. The last goal was to evaluate the data analytic tools so that the tutor can identify the pinpoints of their students. In this way, we have an insightful system that can lead to the correct decision making. Through the Insight tool that communicates with the Microsoft tool, the tutor before the lesson can supervise the students and see whether they have done their homework, and communicate with those that haven't completed their homework. In this way, they save precious time.
I'm hoping that you can give us an answer to the big question. Is new technology in education a matter of budget or a state of mind?
It's a challenging question. I would say it's a state of mind, but I would like to elaborate. Let me bring two different examples. Recently, last year, we inaugurated a new STEAM center. I say STEAM, adding art into the overall STEM notion. The center was funded by USAID. It's the Anna Papagriou STEM Center and the Papagriou Foundation. That is an expensive endeavor. It's 3 labs, biology, chemistry, and physics. But it's not the labs we're paying. The building itself is an instrument of learning. So in reality, in a building that does not exceed 700 square meters, you have 3 distinct energy systems. So from vacuum tubes to geothermal to solar. Now, with specific software, in this case Honeywell's, it allows for the the teacher and the students to play around with the building energy source, and at any time be aware of what does the building burn or what energy does it use, and play around with it. Now, you can build exercise and use the building's functionalities as a tool. To go back to your question, that is an expensive proposition. But not everything has to be linked with such a high state of investment. For close to a decade now, we are running the Center of Talented Youth. We're doing with Johns Hopkins. Now, we're trying to reach every corner of Greece and at the same time see what we learn from methods we use for the talented, to put it in a framework that's 2% of their age group. And if we can use these techniques to address a normal classroom where I'm sitting in and I'm not a talented one. Now, most of the tools used there are tools that have no real cost, things you can find in your kitchen. The difficulty here, and I'm comparing the two examples, is convincing the educator of the usefulness of the tool. And I cannot overstress that. When you speak to an experienced mathematician, he or she will be teaching 20 years. Many of her students are successful professionals, have finished university, and she's proud of them. Now, if you approach that teacher and say, well, here is a tool that you can use in a classroom, there are chances that the person will be hesitant. They've been doing their job successfully for over 20 years. Who are you coming to my classroom telling me what kind of tools I'm going to use? Once you're able to present that as an additional available tool for them, and you can get them to buy in, then for a person with that level of experience, it will be quick. But it's a state of mind. You can do both, yeah. If you're going to go high end, that is a very expensive, but you don't need to really.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Τώρα θα ξεφύγουμε λίγο από το στενόριο.
Now we will get out of schools, but we're still in the sector of education. We're going to Ms. Tigilji, who's manager of the Musiotech It is a platform that provides educational and training programs. Musiotech is a rather new project, but you have already joined and entered many schools. So my question to you is the following: to what extent do you believe that culture and civilization is connected and associated with education? Are museums ready for such a project? And what is the engagement of the schools that you are already working with? Hello. I would like to add that apart from Musiotech, I'm the chairperson of the Musiotech, but I also represent Unisystem, where I'm in charge of some cultural and educational solutions. And this long experience in culture helped us with two very important partners to introduce and to create Musiotech 1 year ago in order to do the following. We were all engaged in the field of culture, and we could identify a gap between culture, education, and the cultural background and resources. And it was not only the pandemic that triggered us, but the need to access content from anywhere, regardless of whether it is a school that is able to visit a museum or if museums are available in the city, etc. We wanted to provide the opportunity, the equal opportunities to all. So we have developed a digital platform. We collaborated with very important museums and museums that are less known and popular, and we tried to train the educators to build educational and training programs in order to approach pupils and students in a remote way through live streaming and through a hybrid environment. Technology is excellent, is very good and very useful in schools, but we have to take one step at a time, both the educators and the students as well as the content, because the content is the key driver. We in Misiotech, in collaboration with universities, we create best practices, we develop best practices so that to ensure that this conduct is interactive and that it has the necessary impact. In other words, we do not want to substitute a visit to the museum, but we want to provide one more tool to the educator who will be able to use one additional source of information from a museum, for example, the Museum of Paleontology at the University of Athens, or the Olympic Museum that is now introduced in our platform, or the remote Natural History Museum that is specialized in earthquakes on Crete. So it's not only art. There are many thematic units that can be introduced in the school curriculum to provide knowledge and information to children and educators. And all this is done in a very good, structured way. We are collaborating with schools around Greece. We have more than 100 programs all around Greece, on the islands, etc. But also in the big cities like Thessaloniki and Athens, with excellent results. We have given the opportunity to adult schools and to schools in prisons, where the result is also very good. And we also have sponsors, because the sustainability of the museum is a very important factor. Education is fine, but when we go to visit a museum, we have to pay for the visit. On the other hand, the museums need to have an income in order to provide good services. So we have a network of sponsors who support these actions. We have schools adopting other schools, twinned with other schools. So there are many, many models that we are developing. Since we have 2 or 3 more minutes, I would like to raise a final question. We have heard about very nice initiatives. So how many speeds of new technologies can we identify in education? Do you believe that educators work together? Could we have some common guidelines and standards?
The dialogue between the K-12, the primary education, secondary education, and higher education is enhanced. I think that higher education needs to be able to talk to the younger educational institutions and the other way around, so that we know what are we preparing students for, but they also know how we're preparing students. And at the same time, the partnerships are very, very important with institutions such as these, so that we know what the world out there requires as it's changing. Change is never going to stop. It's going to be continuing on multiple levels. Technology is really advancing those changes, and the question is not to run behind them, but to be able to understand technology in a way where we use it for what we want to create in the future, a better world, I think.
We hope so.
Yeah.
Mr. Derbatoglu?
It's a tricky question, the question you're asking. In reality, it sounds good that we have a common framework of understanding,
yes.
But it doesn't really work like that. You can have theoretical notions that you all agree upon, but I'm a big supporter of letting different directions take place. There's no correct solution, or nobody knows what, and in some cases some things are going to work and some will not.
So it's only best practices, what we know, and how can apply them?
Yes, and they differ depending on the age group. So you look at things at pre-K and K differently, primary differently, secondary, and then there is also different attitudes. It sounds good when you have tertiary talking to secondary, but you need a very concrete framework to do it, because usually university professors will look down upon secondary education teachers, and that not always works well.
It's a different context in any case.
Yes.
Okay. Κυρία Λιναρδάτα.
Στα ελληνικά ή στα αγγλικά?
Στα ελληνικά.
I think that educators and educators are willing to invest in technology as long as specific criteria are met. The first is that they have to feel that the technology offered to them makes their lessons more attractive and helps them with their work. The second is that they have to have the time and the space to discover and explore these tools, and they have to be able to make mistakes. And the third point is that the school itself must have specific infrastructure. Educators need wireless and wireless networks. They need the tablets, they need the PCs. We need to have training sessions so that the educators can learn how to use these tools. And of course, best practices are of major importance. We have to build partnerships with schools from abroad. We do that through the community of Microsoft schools in order to interact with other educators and to exchange best practices. I would like to add from our experience, and recognizing and acknowledging the readiness of the educators in using technology. There's always a leader who's triggering the others and incentivizing the others and who's assisting the others. But it is also important to see the area. The content may have to be changed depending on the target group that you address. But what we see is that the K-12, everybody's focusing on K-12, and then we forget everything, and we focus only on the hard core of education, although we could also provide many things at the high school, both junior and senior. We can involve children in discussions on concepts and ideas, helping them to upgrade their skills and to develop new skills. Thank you.
Τι γίνεται?
Καλά. Thank you. Χάρηκα πάρα πολύ.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, το λόγο τώρα θα απευθύνει.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Emanuel Zervakis, who is the president of Hellenic Emerging Technology Industry Association. You're having the floor, sir. Good morning. HETIA is the Association of Emerging Technology in Greece. We were founded in 2005. We are the most important action in Greece in the field of technology and innovation. We bring together industry members and academia members who are involved in emerging technologies, Internet of Things and electronics. More than 80 members are in Haiti. Taking advantage of the human resources in Greece, they produce innovation in Greece. This innovation and technology that is produced in Greece must also be exported beyond Greece. That's why we have been fervent supporters of Beyond. We participated as exporters, as exhibitors from the very first year of Beyond. This year participate together with SEKE. We believe that Beyond is the right forum in order to present the technology produced in Greece. It is the right forum where we can have more synergies and partnerships in the broader ecosystem. Through this Beyond exhibition, we want to place Greece on the world map as a country that generates and produces innovation and has specialized human capital that can produce technological products. I would like to thank the organizers, Mr. Tsikas from Helexpo and from BPS, Mr. Haralambous, for the excellent cooperation we had in order to prepare this year's Beyond. I'd like also to thank our partners from SEKE. And in the following panels, you will listen to a lot of our members presenting the innovative programs that they have developed in Greece. I repeat that, in order to conquer and conquest the international market. Thank you. And now I would like to call to the floor Mr. Manos Makromalis, who is the Vice President of SEKE, the Hellenic Association of Innovative Application Companies. You're having the floor, sir. Good morning. Have a nice month. It's a great pleasure for us to participate in Beyond for a second year. Beyond aspires to put forward the technology branch in Thessaloniki, in the world. SEKE was founded 12 years ago. We represent a part of the market that creates technology and extroversion. We create this technology here, we test it in Greece, and our companies export it abroad. At the same time, SEKE is an association that likes working together with other associations and agencies. That's why it's very important that this year we participate in Beyond together with HETIA, so that we have a joint presence and the message that we send is much stronger. A decade ago, we received world reports as a country that consumed technology, and 10 years later we also produce technology, and we have companies that produce innovation in technology. This is something that can be seen here in Beyond, where we see many exhibitors and companies that are in the same line with us, and we're very happy to participate here. I wouldn't like to take more of your time because the following panels are extremely important. The next speakers will show what they have made. I'd like to thank Mr. Tsikas and Mr. Haralambous and all the groups that we have worked together in order to have good results. I hope that we will have even better results in the following years.
Ναι, μπορούμε να το πάμε έτσι. Μάλιστα. something.
Πολύκαρπε. Αν θέλεις βγάλε καμία. Ναι.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon. My name is Tsoulaki Stefanos. Today we will talk about technologies in modern applications and devices. I have three excellent business people. Mr. Lakassas, who is the president of Olympia Electronic, Mrs. Apartas, who is a co-founder of Kenotom, and Mr. Koutroubinas, the CEO of Mizon. He is one of the people that we will need a lot this year for energy digitalization. Sometimes technology might sound as a frightening issue for those who don't know it, but our times become more and more digital, and technology and devices evolve more and more. A question for you, Mr. Lakassas. We keep on talking about AI and spearhead technology. This might sound a bit frightening for ordinary people and as a sci-fi. How can smart tools support businesses? Which sectors are you addressing? Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. First of all, allow me to disagree. These things are not frightening because artificial intelligence is part of our lives daily. From the moment that we will use Google Map, when we start using our mobile phone applications, the vehicles and cars that use AI extensively, and I'm happy to see that Kenotom is pioneering in this field. Therefore, using and introducing AI has already become part of our lives. It's not something that will come, and we can't say that it has to do only with some sectors, because it has to do with the citizen as a whole, horizontally and vertically. AI has the role that the queen pawn has on the chessboard. It can play and do whatever it wants on the board, but that's a great risk because there is no framework of commonly accepted rules and regulations, mainly when we talk about the moral dimension of the issue, so that AI will meet the real needs of the people and it will aim to improve human conditions without becoming a tool by some people who might harm citizens. Mr. Koutroubina. Yes, I fully agree with Mr. Lakassas, and I will make it even simpler. In 1988, when I carried out my PhD on AA, I was told that to have a prologue, and I should solve a problem using prologue. Solving a problem with prologue at that time was 10 times faster compared to the perfect result. When we compared it with a PC that could have much worse results, and it took more time in order to have these worse results. At that time, artificial intelligence started. So the tools are for the specialist. Ordinary people don't have to be concerned. At that time, we said we used Prolog and we did AI. Today, we have Python, IR, or whatever. But after 35 years now, according to Moore's law, we knew back then that we have 2.86 to achieve that, and it was faster if you used Prolog instead instead of seats in big workstations. Now we have multiplied the power in our mobile phones, and the power that we have on our mobile phones is much bigger than the power that the first spaceship had that went to the moon. So AI is a tool. Those who understand these issues can solve many things and make them available to all citizens. So we improve our everyday life in whatever we use, in energy meters, in mobile phones. What is AI? It is a program that has more potential than it used to have. One shouldn't be afraid of AI. We should let the specialists to develop it, and you use the results. So, Mr. Zapartas, AI is a very useful helper. Thank you for inviting me here. Good afternoon. Undoubtedly, AI and smart tools have become part of our lives to a great extent, especially in businesses. In particular, in the last 5 years, businesses have invested exponential amounts of money in AI. Therefore, we're not talking about sci-fi. We're talking about a new reality that gives companies the possibility to use those factors that will lead it to growth. We keep on listening that data prevail in our lives, but this data make the world go round. Companies can use the existing available tools, and they can focus on having better productivity of their human resources, on making better decisions at administrative level, on having more targeted sales, and we have more employee satisfaction in the end. In a whole, we can use AI in all sectors because these tools are limited only when human ideas and imagination is limited. These tools can provide help and support to businesses and can provide them with the means that they need in order to differentiate themselves in their sector. As a country, we have missed a lot of opportunities of industrial revolution in the past. There has always been an excuse, either the war or the Ottoman occupation, but now we are entering a new industrial revolution where data and technology is the new gold. Everybody seeks more data and more access to them. How can all this technology be beneficial both for the wealth of the country and the development, the growth of a business?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about this issue. You're talking about the industrial revolution. We are now living the fourth industrial revolution, and it is the revolution of digitization, information and data. So whatever we want to do must go through this process. We have to take data and process them. Technology allows us, enables us to do things. So you don't need all this. Things have changed. Our mobile phones have so much potential that you can do many things. Everything is more accessible to all. Greece, for me, has at this moment the opportunity to win the bet, getting out of the limits and the restrictions of a consuming country. We can develop new technologies. We can develop technology using our resources, our human resources, and develop products and services that will be used here in our country and then exported abroad. So the benefit and the profit will be for the country to invest in its human resources. And the young generation and the young graduates who are leaving the country, we have to keep them here. We have to retain them here. We have to give solutions and completely change the model. We are selling technology made in Greece, but around the world. We are competitive, our products are competitive, and we can get out and compete anyone in the world market. So it's an opportunity for all of us. Energy, for example, now gives many opportunities. We can give made in Greece solutions to the rest. But there's nothing we should be afraid of because we have access to processors, to raw material, to embedded systems. We can give solutions in all sectors. We don't have to be only consumers of technology. We have to be developers and we have to be exporters of technology. So we have to be more productive. Mr. Lakassas, what's your opinion? Are human resources in Greece high level? Yes, they are, but we're still lagging behind. How can we fill this gap? How can we run faster? How can we move faster and benefit our economy? I want to connect the previous question with this one. What's the reason why in the third industrial revolution, a large part of the world GDP, of the wealth, was shifting from the west to the east, from the US to China? The reason was simple. Suddenly, China saw that it has 1.3 billion people, and at the beginning of the 90s, it had a production cost for 12 hours per day, 6 days per week, $50 per month. The cost, this cost is not 50 anymore. So the 12 hours is now 10, and the cost is much higher. And the cost for transporting products to Europe, to Anversa or Piraeus, when it was 700 per container, now it may be 7,000 per container. So the main reason of transferring, of shifting from the west to the east is not the financial cost anymore. The cost is much higher compared to the 90s. So we don't have this cost anymore. But in the fourth industrial revolution, we have lower cost of production compared to the Chinese manpower, the robot lever, the robots and robotic arms. So when here in Greece we load a lorry on Friday, and on Monday or Thursday it goes to Germany, it arrives to Germany. For us who are creating and producing products, for the companies that are developing services, it is even easier, because they can transfer and promote the services in just 1 second by pushing a key. So we all know that Greek human resources are innovative, they are excellent, etc. So we have the raw material, we have the brains. The point is, how are we going to eliminate and reverse the gain brain? And we have achieved that to some extent. And how are we going to proceed to the brain regain? How are we going to bring back these 400,000 people who left in the previous years back to Greece? Yes, it is not by coincidence that Thessaloniki was voted as the third city in the world for digital nomads. We all live in Thessaloniki, we love the city, but Thessaloniki is a deserted, is an abandoned city over the last 30 years. It has a lot of beautiful natural resources, but in terms of infrastructure, it has been abandoned. Now it's starting over. So with the Greek brain, the brain regain that we have to achieve, the natural beauty and the innovation ecosystem, the universities and the beauty of the city, the foreign investments that are taking place in the city, we can become another Israel, another Tel Aviv, another South Korea. We can become another Berlin. This is the big picture that we must not lose. You're one of the innovative companies providing solutions, high technology and AI solution. How can this help and strengthen and promote the resources and the wealth of the city, of the country? Technology can become a lever of growth for an economy, and especially for the economy of our country. It is a technologically advanced economy at this point. To do so, however, we have seen giants investing in our country, but we also need the contribution and the support of the state and of the companies. The state can lay the ground and lay the foundations by providing permits and licensing, by creating technological parks. Such initiatives have already been taken. Thessaloniki can become a technological hub of progress. And we must not always confuse Thessaloniki only with Chalkidiki and its gastronomy and the summer vacations. Yes, Thessaloniki can become a technology hub, and this must be our objective. From the side of companies, we need digital transformation. Many Greek companies have been left behind. We need to provide the necessary tools, but we must also give the opportunity to SMEs, small or medium enterprises, to introduce these tools in their daily operations. These tools must become a way of life for all companies. The sectors in which Greece must invest are the sectors, key sectors, that is primary production, shipping, industry, tourism. All these sectors can be strengthened and promoted using technology. To be able to perform a digital tour around the monuments, or a tour around hotels, or to plan and schedule your logistics based on the availability of your production and how much your products can survive in the ship before arriving at its final destination. This will help us optimize our production. All these things can be used by our country and should be used by our country. For sure, the state must change the legal framework. We must start moving towards technological progress. It must help businesses. It must eliminate or mitigate bureaucracy, provide more flexibility, and create the necessary infrastructure for the daily transportation of citizens, for the building of partnerships between companies, to organize technological hubs and trainings and and seminars or workshops, to promote cooperation and partnership between companies. These things must be done. Human resources and the Greek manpower is at the core of all this effort. We have very good human resources graduating from the Greek universities. It is a pity that we had this brain drain. Very good scientists have left the country, and the Greek companies barely survived. But now it is high time to take advantage of these excellent human resources, bringing them at the focal point and offering jobs, whether we're talking about Greek companies or startups. We have to give incentives to create new startups, to give taxation incentives, financial incentives, to attract more giants and more big companies from abroad. Google recently announced the creation of hundreds of jobs in Greece. We want to create new jobs that will promote and that will highlight the high quality of our human resources. All three of you talked about infrastructure. Do we have to further enhance infrastructure? Don't we lose this way? Don't we lose the opportunity of growth and development because we are lagging behind in terms of infrastructure? We're at the 95th place in the world in terms of telephony, for example. Yes, infrastructure is a critical factor, but it's not the top driver. Speed by which this, the speed by which the world economy is moving in terms of picnic technology is such that you cannot wait for first building the infrastructure and then moving on. You cannot delay. Already we are lagging behind. Well, while the West plus South Korea and Israel are already at the second stage of the fourth industrial revolution, we are still in the first phase. We have the example of Ireland that relies and that founds its whole development plan on a different model. They don't have the infrastructure. They planned everything without infrastructure. Although they do not have the infrastructure, they're number one right now. Of course, we have to take into account infrastructure, but we have to target the infrastructures that concern only the fourth industrial revolution. Yes, of course, speed, internet speed, this is very important, but we cannot wait for all infrastructure to be completed and then move on. Yes, I agree. We cannot wait. We have to build infrastructures that will bring us to this new fourth revolution. Yes, we would like to have, of course, we would like to have more and better infrastructure, but we cannot wait. We have what we have available. We have to use our existing assets, and let's become number one where we can become number one. So, do you agree more targeted investments in infrastructure to move faster? Yes. A Greek company that knows, that is familiar to a specific way of operating, must invest in material and tangible and intangible infrastructure. They may need a new wiring infrastructure, for example, or new buildings, or new procedures for developing products. It's not only a matter of ideas, it's also the matter of developing your ideas and of producing products that are requested and demanded by the market. We have a very specific standards for developing software because we want to have tailor-made products for our customers. So we have to provide the incentives, and investments must be carried out in terms of infrastructure, or at least we must facilitate this transition, the way by which a company can adjust itself to the fourth industrial revolution. And a final philosophical question. Can AI and high technology substitute humans? Can all this evolution turn humans
Σίγουρα η απάντηση σε αυτό είναι όχι.
The answer to this question is no. And the reasons are simple. There's a disadvantage in the use of AI and robots. The robots do not have feelings, and they cannot take decisions in unknown environments and contexts. This is the hard question. This is the difficult issue. But the use of artificial intelligence must target the improvement of our daily life. It must give the opportunity to humans to become better, to work less, to invest in their social life, in their family life. Through this, we will have new needs and new development, and technology will be used to eliminate car accidents, for example, around the world, to avoid and prevent human errors. So we can be certain that technology is not here to replace or substitute humans, but to serve humans. And if in the future we manage to to place humans in the center of this technological development, this could be ideal. Because the more virtual reality and AI are evolving, we see that there are new forms of violation, and we have to protect humans against these emerging forms of violation. We have to protect all these data that are collected and circulating. Yes, it's a philosophical question, but I believe that history has proven that there was always similar fear, but there were always people who are pushing things forward. Mr. Lagassas said that we are going to protect us through our policies, the policies that we are going to establish. I believe that technology can help the position of humans in the society. It can eliminate inequalities, but if we use it in the wrong way, it can aggravate inequalities. But we cannot live with fear. We have to move forward. We have to establish the right policies in order to eliminate or mitigate these inequalities and help use technology in order to help and support people. Mr. Lagassas, what will be the position and the place of humans in the fourth industrial revolution? I will connect this to the previous question. Take a look at this beautiful dog over there. I want to go there and caress the dog and hug him. Is it possible for this gentleman who has his dog with him to have a pet robot that will follow him? Could this dog be replaced? Could this feeling be replaced? The answer is no. Clearly no. Yes, there are pets. There are robot pets. In Japan, they have robot pets and they have domestic servants that are robots. But the feeling cannot be replaced. And as I write in my book, Man 4.0, what humans must do is to act like Prometheus in ancient mythology. Prometheus had a brother, Epimetheus. Prometheus was named with pro because he was thinking first and then he was acting. Epimetheus was acting first and then he was thinking about his action. So if the humans of the fourth industrial revolution acts like Prometheus and creates first a framework of rules, a context of rules, in order to develop the proper peak technology, then we're moving towards the right direction. But if we act like Epimetheus, and we have to answer the question, can peak technology and artificial intelligence develop subtotals of humans? Yes, but if these subtotals are left alone, this may create very important risks. This is why we suggest that there will be a UN organization that will govern and regulate the artificial intelligence framework. In my book, I believe that the next coronavirus will not be biological, it will be digital. Let's think of what will happen if there is no internet for 1 month or 1 week. It will be a disaster. So I conclude by saying that it is impossible to replace and substitute humans, but in order to protect all humans, we have to use knowledge wisely. This is very interesting. Wish we had more time to discuss about technology and about the perspectives of technology, as well as the concerns and the risks entailed. Hope I will see you soon again. Thank you very much.
Χάρηκα πάρα πολύ. Θα πάω να ζουλήξω το σκύλο του.
Γιατί?
Για να είναι πιο όμορφο. Λένε να βγάλουν το μπελάκι. Οκ, Δήμητρα, εντάξει.
Δεν γίνεται.
Έχουμε το καλώδιο.
Θα φτιάξω έτσι.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon. My name is Tsolakis Stefanos. I am a journalist from Business Daily. We have 4 excellent people and businessmen who cover all digital parts that is needed today. We have got Mr. Tsadilas, who is founder and CEO of Palo Systems, one of the oldest ones at the time that we used typewriters. I have also got with us Mr. Tsadilas Panagiotis, Palo Systems. Mr. Tsadilas is considered to be a gold miner of big data. He brought a real revolution in the media world with the grouping of news, and Mr. Koutsandonis from RDC Informatics, and Mr. Dimitris Angeloudis from Cactus. Cactus is a company here in Thessaloniki, a pioneering company back in 2010, digital marketing, and they are setting up the digital presence of a company. The first person that the moderator introduced was Mr. Giorgos Antipas, President and CEO of Revival. How important is for a company to have a digital presence, and what we should do about it? First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this exhibition. It's an excellent exhibition. We can all understand here that here in Greece we have strong businesses that can support the business community. We don't need foreign companies. A lot of things have been said about digital reform and transformation. A lot of talk would be needed because we can hear people, as the previous panel, who said important things. What you do is very important because you give the opportunity to business people to face reality. Digital reality gives the possibility to all businesses, enterprises, and entrepreneurs, regardless of their size, to make the right decision at the right time. It provides speed, simplicity. We have found out that we're running after changes. If we wanted to be pioneers, we must keep up. We design technologies, and the moment they come out, something else is produced. We have a lot of young people graduating from universities, as Dimitris in the panel, who have the desire and the culture to work hard. Do you believe that human presence can be replaced? Because we have the financial, educational part and the digital part in a company. Before talking, addressing you, Mr. Angeloudis, do you believe that we can move on? What can digital transformation in a company offer the company? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here with us to listen to our thoughts and views. First of all, concerning the strategy that we must have in the digital world, this is not just a slogan that we should be saying. It's not that the strategy, that there is a strategy that could be implemented in all businesses. We should try to see how each business can implement the new technology strategy. For example, some sectors like media and tourism have shifted right away to digital economy, and there are other sectors where important transformations occur right now. For example, the financial sector. Greek and World Banks have proceeded to important digital transformation. There are also other sectors like mine that deal with digital per se. We have no physical presence. We are a company that is active only in the digital world. This means that there are a lot of opportunities, and each one of us must realize how they can adjust the company strategy to the new technology strategy. For addressing the young entrepreneurs, I'd like to tell them that there are huge opportunities. You should try to find out those parts that are totally new. You should take advantage of them, enter these parts, and be able to conquer not only the Greek market, but the global market, because digital services are sold globally. That's my view. There are huge opportunities for purely digital services in the digital world. Yes, but what is needed is education in order to take advantage of that. I'd like to thank the organization and SEKE for inviting me. Through the Beyond experience, we have seen and we remembered that physical presence is irreplaceable. Therefore, talking about SMEs presence, that's very important. However, digital transformation creates a totally different environment, and each company should take it into account. From customer acquisition department to the distribution channels and the customer journey, up to customer loyalty and the customer experience, that is served digitally in a company. It is very important to have a 360 service by the company so that it can serve both the physical and the digital channel. That is to serve customers both digitally and physically from the first step in order to have a 360 digital presence in the modern digital world. Human presence has always played an important role in marketing and in promoting an idea. How will this change in the new digital era? Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the organization and Beyond. This exhibition shows us that the Thessaloniki is becoming a technology center in the Balkans and in Europe. I come from the technology field. I believe that it's important to invest in technology in Greece. I believe we have young people who are worthy and can produce high-value products. Concerning digital presence, nowadays, the tools are very modern and the data exists all over the world. A customer that used to come to a physical store and there was a salesman that did all the customer care, all this is being shifted to the digital world. There is a good and a bad thing as well. The bad is that we can't replace human beings, but the good is that the whole steps of customer journey can be studied and make us understand what makes him buy that product. What are these pieces that are sensitive to the customer? So we do have this data and in the digital world, and we can change our company very fast, and we can understand what is something that will make somebody to buy it or not. The companies like mine are called upon to go closer to the customer and their partner and explain them how to use these digital tools. To conclude, I'd like to say that these tools can help us understand consumer behaviors more profoundly and more correctly, but human beings are not replaced. This means that digital tools are necessary, but what is the benefit they offer to businesses? When a businessman listens to the word of digital transformation, he might be concerned of the cost and of the people he might have to lay off. Stephanie, you open up a lot of chapters, and this issue is very topical in all the panels that you moderated today. But I'd like to remind us how often we ask this question to ourselves. When the first computers came out in the market, we said that people will go away. When the first laptops came, we said the same thing. So people never go away. We must find the sensitive point where these two circles meet. Achieving your goals is always wonderful, but the question is whether you have succeeded it and you rely on that and you leave other things passing by you. We have those businesses that make investments easily and they will find their way. But on the other hand, we have SMEs that have to adapt themselves to the change. How will they adjust themselves? With counsel, with consultants. We have found ourselves, all four of us, in the same business because each one specializes in a specific field. We keep on listening to big data these days. But we can't manage big data like that. We have the next generation tools that are very fast, combine a lot of technologies. We stop training people in programs, but we train people to find solutions easily. What do we want to achieve? We want to reduce costs and reduce any concern of finding a report, a print, and so on. We are in 2022. In the last 15 years, we have been using business intelligence tools. We can find the data very easily and we can match them easily. Let's not forget who are our customers and suppliers, the millennials, those kids that were born in the world of mobile phones. Robots are with us. They adopt our communication and try to come closer to human beings. They are not human beings, but they are close to human beings. If we find the right tools and give the time to people to deal with their job and not with seeking data, we reduce the cost and we become productive. Whether we use it directly in our job, whether we work fewer hours, we have to be productive. We must have personal life. How we will match that, that's a personal decision. In order to move forward, what is needed is a growth effort and how we can use new tools. New tools provide us multiple communication in a fast, smooth way. We need this fast because reforms are very fast. So we must look what is happening around us fast, and we must lead our organization in a data-driving decisions, and that's what we should do. The panel here has got solutions. Listen to them, and the Beyond exhibition offers thousands of them. How are we going to implement them? That's the issue. Concerning human beings, what changes? It's not that people will stop being here. People will always be here on this planet to evolve this planet. What changes is the skills needed by human beings. Today we need data scientists, data engineers, software engineers, a series of business intelligence engineers. We need other specialties. Technology keeps on demanding specialized personnel. Unfortunately, universities are not ready to meet this great demand, so there is a problem there. It's not that we will not need people, but we need people to enter the technology world because we're very few in Greece. We're not adequate. There is a huge problem here. So skills change and we need the right people. Now, concerning the tools, in Palo Systems, we truly believe in the worth that the tools have because we have invested all our resources and money in creating these tools. We have produced tools that make optimization of the digital presence of brands and products in the market. We are pioneers in Greece in this field. We have been using the AI and we carry out a lot of processes that are never seen by users. We need the tools if we want to move on fast and effectively. We can't enter the world of new digital economy without having these tools. What can you tell us about education and training in the new tools? Digital tools and the innovative software applications are those that lead the digital transformation of businesses. We can study digital tools from various points of view, either because they help internal organization or because they are extroversion tools. Since our panel is about entrepreneurship growth in the new digital era, I'd like to focus on those tools that change our businesses themselves. Each entrepreneur should try to see which tools can better evolve and develop their business and open up new opportunities. Since you talked about the education market, we have all witnessed in the last 2 years and a half because of COVID how the market had to change violently. Traditionally it was a market that was afraid of technology, but all of a sudden it had to make technology and education using technology, it's number one. So nowadays, we see educational organizations having changed, and these education schools have changed traditional teaching using digital tools, and at the same time they have become truly and completely digital, and they provide completely digital tools and services. That's why we have a lot of digital lessons provided. We can also mention the example of medicine. A colleague of ours had a problem with his ear. He talked with the doctor online. The diagnosis was made online. He got his e-prescription, and that was it. So each business should try to find out which digital tools help their business, make it more competitive in the digital world, and open up new revenue channels to have more revenue and services that can go beyond the narrow geographical borders of our country. What does digital transformation mean? Transformation is a change. Concerning digital marketing, we say that it is marketing that has become digital. These tools are quite widespread in the Greek market. Digital marketing tools are widespread, although Greece is lagging behind digital transformation. Now we have digital tools on social media, Facebook, Google, and we raise awareness concerning the marketing knowledge of our audience. The results are measurable. So that's why I believe that each business has a role to play in digital marketing because it has tangible, measurable results. The company will be able to know what will be the results from each action that it takes. In the past, there was a physical store in Simiski Street, and we had the customers passing by. Now, in the digital environment, the store doesn't have a specific street, but the digital marketing that we carry out is as if we place this store digitally. A last question. I want 2 sentences from each one. All business people recognize the benefits of digital transformation. They are all aware of the fact that they will increase their sales and productivity. Greek SMEs have digital presence. However, business people themselves, especially those that are quite old, are afraid of using them. How can we match them and change the culture of businesses? And how can we match the experience that we have with modern technology? You mentioned what each person listens all over the world, so you want 2 sentences only. First of all, we said that we must match the experience we have got. We can't copy it, but we must adapt it. Young people won't do what the old people did. New technology will do something else. For this to occur, what is needed is a lot of work. It's what we call change mandate. So we shouldn't push them to new technology. They should realize why they should move to new technology, to understand how useful it is. We have started re-engineering. We help businesses realize why they have the added value. We have 3 things: continuous education of change management. We create an organization that we keep on training it. We change our organizational structure in order to embrace something new, to move on forward. With digital tools, with the power of AI and BI, we become fast in a smooth way. That's 1 sentence. I'll give the floor to the others and I'll tell you the second sentence at the end. Being afraid of technology is something old. People have always been afraid of something new, whether we call it laptop or a new application or mobile or social media. If you remember, the first who entered social media and Facebook were the young people. Now, who uses that? Those who are middle-aged, in their 50s. Young people now use TikTok. There is always a fear vis-à-vis the new. How can we overcome this fear? First of all, we need time. But what is also needed is education, training. One should learn. One should have the desire to learn new things. So business people should learn about new systems, new technologies, new means and tools in order to be able to understand what's going on. We don't ask people to learn how to write applications, but to understand the framework in order to adjust themselves in the new system coming. So education is extremely important. Indeed, in my view, education and the step behind it, making business people understand of the need of education is the critical step so that they can move on to realizing how important it is to realize the digital environment. According to the systems theory, whatever remains static dies. So business people should realize that. The second is the question: who wants to change? Who wants change? Everybody. Who wants to change themselves? Nobody. So this means that we should all realize the new reality. And this means the state on the one hand and the private sector, that is us, on the other hand, we should run actions that will result in the operational result. We want to have a substantial result for the entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship. Just a note. The marketing tricks that were used in the past, physically, can these be transferred in digital marketing? All the tools that we used in physical marketing can be transferred to digital marketing. What we should do is to make an strategic analysis of what we should do in order to transfer all this to the digital world. Now, what about digital transformation in businesses and how can this occur there? It's difficult because of the culture and the mentality. Those businesses who won't move to digital, they will have a problem in the future. Young generation should come to businesses to develop this digital part in the business. That's the solution. Education, in my mind, is important, starting from universities, because when we enter a world that keeps on changing, we need soft skills of the 21st century. This means we must be able to adapt quickly and to be able to work together, because the technologies we have today will be old tomorrow. So university graduates should have those skills to be able to work together, to adapt and to learn fast, so that they can maintain the level they have. In my mind, that's very difficult to occur, but with effort being made and using young generation in the management, digital management world, we can achieve that. And we have the people who graduate universities. So, last word for you to conclude. It's difficult to conclude, but we mustn't use the word difficult. We must use the word different. In 2014, we have an economic crisis and companies change. In 2018, we have coronavirus, a hygiene crisis. We have healthy management. 2021, we hear about ESG. So the future is green. So we have another transformation. We also have digital transformation. So the first change occurred after 3 years, the second after 2 years, the other one after a few months. So how can these businesses keep up with that? That's different. That's why we must be fast, direct, and simple. Because if we make it complicated, we won't achieve anything. Smooth and rapid commitment together, and that's the solution. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of you for your participation. We learned a lot of things from you, and we look forward to even more in the future.
Να είστε καλά.
Ξεκινάμε. Καλησπέρα και από μένα.
Good afternoon. My name is Marina Protonotareu, and we will be talking about the added value created and generated by digital transformation, and how can great companies be benefited from this added value. Digital transformation changes and increases the efficiency and effectiveness of companies, creating added value. It creates a new world of automation and synergies. But this new world creates new needs, and a series of innovative companies have been created, providing to the other companies the solutions that they need in order to be benefited by this added value. So with us we have 5 specialized innovative companies. Each one of them in its own way can help companies solve this problem and find solutions, find the necessary tools, and develop in this new emerging world. So we start with Mr. Nikos Kyriakoulis, who's the founder and managing partner of Core Innovation, a special company that deals with digital transformation in the industry. So please tell us a few words about your company, and then tell us about what is happening in the Greek industry. How the Greek industry is ready to face digital transformation and take advantage of the benefits. Core Innovation is a company founded 6 years ago. Our vision was to be able to implement Industry 4.0 in the industry in order for the industry to become more green, more human-centric, and more sustainable. Our engagement, apart from the development of products, is related to research programs that enable us to be at the forefront, so before technologies are launched in the market. And through this engagement, through this activity of ours, we have identified the current situation in the industry. This is also captured by the Digital Observatory of SEV. Greece is at the 25th place out of 27 member states, because we don't have the infrastructure and we don't have the maturity, while the technologies of informatics and communication is much better. And we have very good human resources and in R&D. Our experience has shown that the sector of processing and manufacturing, that is paper, metal processing, food sector, are much more advanced. They are more familiarized to the SCADA systems, ERP, SCAP. So they have many systems, and they can understand how data of the 4th industrial revolution provide and deliver added value. The purely Greek companies are in more need than the multinationals. Multinationals have higher budgets, they have different needs, they have systems coming from the mother company or systems that are applied in other countries. While the purely Greek companies and small companies, the manufacturing companies, are lagging behind. They're lagging behind because the needs are such that they have problems in their daily operation. So we believe that SMEs believe that digital transformation is a luxury. We are living in an internationalized world, and competition due to the energy crisis, the financial crisis, and COVID. We must act and play on the world level. So the problem that you are faced as an industry owner is to reduce your cost using your available resources, human and other resources and assets. At the same time, they're trying to find which KPIs can help them, really help them. And so when you have a field where there are numerous solutions, it is difficult to make the beginning, you have to start from somewhere. So it is easier for bigger, larger industries that are more familiar with the ideas and with these needs and these solutions, and it is more difficult for smaller companies. Yes, that's right. Now we move on to Mr. Dimitris Balauras, who's a co-founder of Helvia. Helvia is doing something totally different. different. You're not dealing with industries, you're collaborating with companies who are trying to solve and meet their communication digital needs. So tell us how the products of Helvia and your activities and services can help the company deal with the challenge of digital transformation. And what is your top product? Tell us about a few things about Helvia. First of all, I should say that Helvia was founded in 2018. It's a startup. We are specialized in conversational AI, so we produce technology that helps connecting humans with machine through natural language. So we're trying to humanize communication, etc. It can be used in many applications, in customer support, customer experience. I will be focusing on the other part, on the other aspect that we are observing. It has to do with the employees and the relation of the employees with the company. There we observe several trends of the recent years. Of course, COVID has advanced, vastly advanced remote work. So more than 40% of employees are working remotely. Some are in a hybrid model. Some days they go to the office, some days they work from home. So we see that there's a huge trend. The following huge trend, chat and instant chat is replacing and entering the enterprises. We see that on private life we are sending messages. This is coming in the companies and enterprises, and we can show, this is proven by the penetration of Microsoft Teams, for example, in enterprises, in schools, in businesses, etc. The great resignation that has been observed in these years is a great movement of people who are abandoning their job without the HR department understanding what is happening. So taking a look of all this, an application of our service is to bring smart assistants in the Microsoft Teams. So in a few words, what we're doing is the following. We bring a digital assistant in the Microsoft Teams that is interconnected with all the systems of the company and allows the employee to take information, receive information, data and, about his benefits, about his leaves, about the operation of the company, etc. But it also provides the potential to the HR to have a direct channel of communication in order to communicate and or to announce things to the employees or to collect data. Some clients are using the EMPS. This means that I'm going to perform some surveys, regular surveys, in order to have a feeling of the employees' satisfaction. So in fact, you digitalize a whole department of a company with outsourcing. So you outsource the digitalization of a department, and this is done through a platform that is leased by a company. Yes, in fact, the company is downloading some of our applications and it installs our applications, and using our platform, it can simplify more than 50 or 60% of the HR department. So other Greek companies that are interested in using your applications, most of our consumers and customers are abroad. We have two types of enterprises that are highly interested in our products. Either a very large product, so with 6 or more than 7,000 employees, or because their systems are very complex. And the directness of the communication of the employee with HR is very difficult. And then we have applications for smaller companies of 20 or 30 or 100 employees, where we also offer an integrated HR solution for the core HR, that is leaves, the benefits of the employees, etc. So digital transformation does not only concern enterprises, but it concerns every one of us. It also concerns cities. Smart cities have started being planned. Municipalities are investing in that, and there are some enterprises that are assisting and supporting this effort. One of these companies is Udivo, and Mr. Alexandros Mianatopoulos, who's the CEO of Udivo, will be talking about his company and will tell us what are the opportunities and what are the possibilities promoted and the potential promoted by smart cities for the enterprises. My name is Alexandros Mianatopoulos from Udivo. Udivo was founded in 2015. When we started, we didn't start as a startup. We have been created from a department of Samsung. It was a Samsung Innovative Design Center. It was a research center in Greece dealing with hardware products. There we have identified the need to develop tools in order to accelerate the creation of solutions based on sensors and the Internet of Things. So we started creating a platform that could easily, it was a tool for developing products based on the Internet of Things and algorithms for processing data. And we soon realized that we had to change the model. We had to transform ourselves because the model was not scalable. Our clients were coming back to us and saying that they wanted to develop their own solutions on this tool because they didn't have enough personnel to do what they wanted. So we thought, oh, let's see what are the activities of our customers. No, our customers were companies that were creating products for municipalities. So we thought, okay, let's make a platform that concerns the management of infrastructure, public and private, building infrastructure, and whole cities. So we evolved this product. So you are a mediator between the companies that are producing applications to measure and to manage waste collection or lighting or whatever, and the need of the municipality to see all these things in one place. Yes, exactly. So we try to understand what the infrastructure management platform must provide and must offer at the level of a city, and we can even focus on a specific building or on a specific suburb. We can manage the digital footprint of the city and process collectively the data produced by the city. We have partners in the whole range of the applications. And the companies that are going to be benefited by the digital transformation that is coming due to the smart cities, we have created an ecosystem that creates solutions that our platform can use and use this data in order to produce the KPIs based on which the city must operate. So it is important when a city is transforming to have a specific long-term plan. So what is the objective of the digital transformation? It should not digitally transform itself in a fragmentary way. So we need a holistic strategy, and they want to set specific goals. What do we want to achieve with smart parking? Is it only to improve the quality of life of citizens, or do we also want to improve the environmental footprint? What do we want to achieve with this smart waste management? We want to save money, for example, through recycling, or we want to reduce transport of vehicles and to reduce our environmental footprint. So we see that digital transformation for smart cities creates opportunities at the whole range of the value of chain of values. So it's not only the technological companies that are going to contribute and be benefited, it's also the companies, the construction companies, but also the companies that will undertake management after digital transformation. So it is a long debate. Now we are there's a long way ahead of us, and the technology will always surprise us. So it's a whole new world ahead of us. And geoinformatics has a very specific role to play in this new world. So we're moving on to Mrs. Betty Haralapopoulou, who is the CEO of Geosystems. First of all, I would like to thank Heti and Beyond for the organization. Geosystems Hellas started in Greece in 2009, so we are not a startup. After the key shareholders have been chosen from the German Geosystems. So we are observing. Our main activity is to monitor the land of use and to collect data in order to be able to monitor and follow up the evolution and the development of our city. So for us, a digital twin is transferred to the digital twin Earth concept. So we combine all the information and data that we receive from an image. Image may be a visual image or an image from a meteorology satellite, etc., in order to be able to introduce better management practices, better management for the structure of the city. We can understand, we can identify the needs for infrastructure and utilities development or natural-based solutions. So we're using image information and data along with artificial intelligence in order to be able to provide and to deliver or develop platforms and tools for decision support system. These decision support systems, when we started as a company, mainly concerned other markets, for example, defensive security. But now, with climate change, they are part of our daily routine, operations. And these tools, mainly because the Greek market was not that mature, we exported these tools in Europe. This was good when during the financial crisis because we were productive, but now with the experience that we gained, we believe that we can make a step forward for the Greek cities. We have started an excellent collaboration with the municipality of Piraeus. So we are the company that pushed the municipality of Piraeus the digital Queen Earth at the broader area of Mikrolimano, and it will be the first Greek example that has already been presented by the people of the municipality to Brussels. Great. So talking about smart cities and the municipality of Piraeus, we are moving to our next speaker, Mrs. Nora Raftopoulou, who is a data and machine learning analyst at Apopsy. Mrs. Raftopoulou, please tell us, how can Apopsy help support the effort of the municipalities to become smart cities? And what are you doing for the municipality of Piraeus, and how are you working? Thank you very much. Congratulations for the organization. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. We are a group of enterprises, of businesses and companies in consulting and information companies, and our product is a product of Smart City, the so-called e-polis. But what is the innovative element of this product? Our innovation is that it is a smart platform that is a single tool through which different kinds of data, like requests of citizens or information for lighting, licensing, green spaces, etc. All these data coming from different sources are visualized, collected and visualized through a single point, through a single dashboard. And all this visual interface that is created is adapted to the needs and the morphology of each customer. So what is the overall objective of this procedure? To optimize information, which at the end of the day can be available for all users, either the mayor or the municipality employees or even the citizens. So this is the added value of our product. So in fact, we collect, we store, we save, we analyze, and we visualize all IoT data. How? Through these dashboards in real time, giving the opportunity and enabling any interested customer to have this visualization in front of his eyes the way he wants it. So this is the key challenge in digital transformation, how its ability potential can be tailored and how it can be clear and friendly user. So let's go back to Mr. Kyriakoulis. Please tell us how your product can help. You focus on industries. What is the innovative element that you offer compared to the other products, if there are similar products in Greece or abroad? Our product is an integrated platform for predictive maintenance. To help you with the terminology, predictive maintenance means that I repair something or I check if everything's going well regularly to be safe, to play safe. But but when and what is the cost of this predictive maintenance? So the cost of maintenance may exceed 25 to 30%. So a problem is that every machine and every manufacturer has his own software. So their data may be produced or not. So every industry must pay pay for licenses in order to collect data from different systems that are not gathered together. They're not joined. So the problem is that you cannot have all this data in a single place in order to take the right decisions. So our product is integrated, it is complete, because it has machine learning and deep learning, the algorithms that we are using, but we have also developed our own hardware in order to optimize our results. What we do is, it also has HD device, that is, we have the computation on spot, and so what we achieve is that we help the industries and the operators to be able to join and gather all the data and to identify the critical points. For example, a machine can stop, and this means that there will be an increased cost and a loss of money. So we can understand what is the proper operation, the good functioning, and in a user-friendly way, we can inform the operator and say that, okay, the condition of this machine is not good. So then the operator is confirming with his experience. This is what I said before. No machine can replace the human experience. So this knowledge and this experience cannot be regenerated, cannot be reproduced, and cannot be ignored. So, is there a similar product in Greece or abroad? There's one new company in the US that also offers hardware, and what we see is that our idea is gradually adopted by other bigger companies in the US. So they are offering solutions with hardware. The difference is that they're using batteries, and so they have to throw it away when the battery is off. Our innovation, our innovative solution uses hardware that is power plugged. The main advantage is that you can be sure when something is going right or not, and you can inform the operators, and you can prevent problems in your production. Mr. Barlaouras, is there an increasing interest for your service in Greece? I will talk to you about the foreign countries. Yes, there is an increasing demand. That's what we see, especially in the US market. In Greece as well. But usually there's a time lag. Yes, our customers are mainly located in the US. Thus, there increased demand for this product directly to our customers, but we also have mediators. For example, we have partners who are selling HR systems. There they have identified this problem with the communication directness and the collection of data, the evaluation of data, to be able to understand on time if my employee is not feeling well at work. So you can understand all these things through artificial intelligence. So there are companies who identify this gap in their solution, and they are asking for our solution to be integrated to theirs. So, Mr. Maniatopoulos, what are the recent developments for smart cities that are going to be adopted in the future? There are many applications. I don't know if we should talk about the technologies on which these applications rely, that the technologies that will help the cities evolve. First of all, data collection and smart 5G, faster 5G networks will play a major role. We talked about the importance of collecting data from images. This, apart from 5G, also needs the technology that we were talking about in a previous panel, the edge technology. What does edge technology mean? To process information much closer to the point of collection. So if we have the cameras and we don't want to provide this huge volume of information to a central server in the cloud for GDPR and for security reasons, we analyze this information on the edge that is close to the camera, and we only send the useful data to the cloud. This way we respect security, we respect privacy, and we reduce traffic. If a technology is a digital twin, that we talked about, and this may change the way the city is operating. So we can predict many incidents based on the past incidents, the machine learning and the processing. Because digital twin, some may think that it's only 3D models. No, it's not only 3D models and representation. So, to give you an example, it's 8 o'clock in the morning and I want to see how traffic will be at 10 o'clock. Studying specific models, traffic models, weather conditions models, models related to the time spent from the free parking for smart parking. How can we predict how are we going to move on in terms of energy consumed at the level of the city? Because at this moment there's a huge issue. We want to see how the energy demand is going to change in the following hours, the air pollution in the following hours, by analyzing data. These are the so-called digital twins. So it will be a smart dynamic system that will not only stay in the depiction and the representation of reality, but it will also give some predictions and forecasts. Yes, this is why we know that there's a need for a platform of cities or a digital twin, so that you can move directly to this model. But there's a long way ahead of us. And let's move on to Mrs. Charalapopoulou. Please tell us some examples of information platforms that can help the cities. Okay, some examples. Let's start with what I said before. And Mr. Maniatopoulos also mentioned Digital Twin Earth. Digital Twin Earth as an application developed by our company, was used by a city outside Greece during COVID. because there was a lot of pressure to the utilities, as all citizens were not going to their work, where offices were located. This office area had all the necessary infrastructure, and everybody was working from home. This pressure has created what we call blackouts, utility blackouts. So we combine different databases of the past and different data, demographic data, utilities data. When we're talking about utilities, I mean water supply, power supply, waste management. And we draw conclusions on how, using fast queries, how can this provide a decision support system to the city in order to meet the need, cater for the needs of its citizens. And we made an augmentation to the future because, okay, lockdowns stopped, but we don't know what will happen in the future. So this way, we make a facilitation and we facilitate the well-being of citizens, because all these digital technologies aim at improving the daily life of all of us. And because we want to be happy and healthy.
Indeed. Digital transformation has this goal, but also the added value target. Mrs. Raftopoulou, how can we take advantage of big data that the Smart Cities platform collect in order to create other additional added value? Let's analyze this question in the following way. The machine learning algorithm refer to the usage and development of computational systems that can learn from the data. How? Through statistic models trying to find patterns. This endless repetition of algorithms, that is, the potential simulations of these, give us what we call AI, which is nothing else but the computational systems that simulate human behavior that show intelligence. This can be learning or drawing conclusions or understanding concepts through the context. The data mining concept now combines all these in order to find this kind of information and models by using statistics, machine learning algorithms, AI, and database systems. This is the future of our smart cities. That is, using data mining algorithms that acquire added value because they give us forecastability to what we produce. So this is an additional service, right? Yes. Let's say a business that didn't do that earlier and only processed the data and gave it to the municipality. For example, let's say that we want to find parking lots. We don't only provide data about parking lots, we provide algorithms that can propose us, they have the ability to propose us where we should create new parking lots. So they promote the optimal solution, visualize it in the optimum way. If this is implemented in the whole ecosystems of a smart city platform like e-Polis, creates the added value in our smart cities. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all of you. I have got an idea now of this potential that we have. I hope all this will become reality. Thank you very much.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, προχωράμε σε ένα 10-λεπτό διάλειμμα.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 2:30. An extremely interesting discussion is going to be held at 2:30. The topic is Greece Innovation 2035.
Λείπουν τα πιστοποιητικά. Η αίτηση.
Το δημόσιο αλλάζει. Το κάνουμε πιο φιλικό στον πολίτη, πιο γρήγορο. Δημιουργούμε νέα κανάλια εξυπηρέτησης. Αξιοποιούμε δεδομένα που έχουν ήδη δημόσιοι φορείς. Μειώνουμε την ανάγκη φυσικής παρουσίας στο ΚΙΣΕ. Έχουμε κάνει μεγάλα βήματα. Περισσότερες από 1.450 υπηρεσίες είναι στο gov.gr. Παρακάμπτουμε πολύπλοκες, χρονοβόρες, γραφειοκρατικές διαδικασίες. Διασφαλίζουμε την ταχύτερη εξυπηρέτηση των πολιτών όπου και αν βρίσκονται. Με ασφάλεια και αξιοπιστία. Αναπτύξαμε και εξελίσσουμε το κέντρο διαλειτουργικότητας. Διασυνδέσαμε περισσότερα από 430 πληροφοριακά συστήματα